Wow, that ends abruptly, but hey, whatever. Late night draw stream, if I'm going to be accused of streaming all the time, then hey, we're going to do it. Um, Apex After Dark, we were on Apex After Dark with Sim, the Ink Slayer, and talking about Hellzone and all of his other stuff. If there's anything that Sim's not short of, it's wordage, and praising his, TJ in the house. Hey, TJ, orning to you. Orning. Danger, Will Robertson. Danger. Welcome, one and all, to the, not the 4 o'clock shadow. We've added to the big bundle once again, and that's all I'll say to that. More on the 4 o'clock shadow later today. I've added yet again to the big bundle. I'm probably going to give you over $300 worth in that big bundle. I want your morning. I mean, thanks, TJ. I want your morning. Yes, I want your money. I want your money. I want your money to get this book made for sure. The big bundle, it already had a lot in it, but I've, woke up, fell out of bed. Well, I didn't fall out of bed, and I didn't drag a comb across my. Well, no, I really didn't. So it's just naturally, you know. Uh, anyway, I've been working on a couple of things that will be on the campaign, of course. Uh, the series, anyway, the series, if you don't know, because this is a different time, a different early morning. Maybe you don't watch the 4 o'clock shadow as much as you ought to, which is like every day. We had the bog pogs, my bog pog ideal. I did this one and it was like bog pog, and I had that in the back of my mind already, I think, and maybe even written down in one of my things. So the first backer of the big bundle gets this original artwork of Bog, the first Bog Pog ever done. Here I am spitting. I do have my morning coffee. Hello, and it is morning here. 3:46 a.m. in the morning. It's good to see you, TJ. You been doing good? Um, the Geo Slammer. This I did this so that I said, well, I did Bog. I got to do another one of these. I got a whole stack of blanks here. About 20 or over of these. So, and adding to them all the time. I said, well, if you've got a Pog, you've got a 6 hours behind me. Exactly right. Yeah, it's not so bad for you. It's early here. So, but Geo Slammer, you got to have a Slammer, and I will make a battle pad. I will design a battle pad before it's all over with, and I'll add that to the big bundle too. Look, the big bundle is buy everything on the campaign, which there is going to be some cool stuff there. But if you just back the campaign once, you've done a good thing. And if you've already backed the Ash Cam but haven't backed this one, what's up? Why haven't you? Okay. Anyway, but even if you back just the Ash Cam, which is still live on Indiegogo, over $1,400, and I've still got a few copies left. I'm not worried about that campaign. It'll do what it's going to do. I'll shut it down eventually and save those and take them to conventions. Probably when I end this campaign, that one will end too. So there's no confusion. Tank Ferret in the house. How's it going, Tank? Anyway, I got totally distracted. But hey, it's not even 4 a.m. in the morning. So what do you expect? What do you expect? Oh, I was showing these. Okay. For one thing, and talking about the big bundle and everything. So we've been adding, rolling. Thunder Rock. Do you like that name for this character, Thunder Rock? That's what I had written down in 2020 when I created that character, which was just a head sketch. And he's still a head, Let's see. I'm just going to use the latrine, but when I get back, yeah, okay. And when you get back, I might drop the link and you can come in here and talk to me. I've just got a little bit of coloring to do on this, maybe a little bit more inking, and it's done. Uh, but, and I really wondered if I would do this stream and, uh, you know, have enough there to justify doing it. And I started coloring on it. I did a little bit more on it. And I said, yeah, I probably do. So, even though it's pretty well comped in, I think it's a neat one. We got Zeitgeist here, started doing villains. Uh, Pretty cool. Trying to keep these in order that I did them, Another villain here. Controls fire, has a fire suit. Decided I needed to do, I'm getting these out of order and I'm forgetting what order I did them in. Anyway, I said, well, I did a Geo Slammer. I need a Geo Pog. So I did this Geo, which took me a while to do. That one's, I did another Bog Pog at one time, which I was very pleased at how that one turned out. And I did this version of Bog, which didn't quite turn out like I wanted to, but then I altered the eyes a little bit on this one too, making him a little bit more menacing and whatnot. So, but nice nonetheless, and all this will be printed in the Art of Devil Flyer book, which is on there. And the Twisted Man, this was the last one I did before I show you this one that I did last night on Apex After Dark while we talked to Sim. And so Momentum March just keeps on rolling on. Can't wait till we get to Momentum May, but we got to get through April too. Hopefully I'll start back to work so that, I might as well get in as much streaming as I can. I do have to drive over to Memphis again to the airport to pick up my neighbor. I took her so that she could go see a cancer doctor for a week. And so before you know it, Thursday will be here and I'll have to drive over there. Which will not affect the 4 o'clock shadow, as far as I know. I guess it depends on, I'm going to do it regardless what time I have to do it. Hopefully I won't be late for it. If she has an early flight in, she had an early flight out, no problem. I hope I don't have to pick her late up like in the early afternoon or something on a flight, because I've got to have time to get back over here and whatnot, right? Takes me probably about an hour and a half to get to the airport. To over there. Okay, so this is the one. I don't have a character name for this yet, but he's one of the Western villains or characters that I've done, which just started off as like a little drawing, and I've done a couple of different versions of him on the head sketches, and so this was, always, and all this will be printed regardless if you get the products that are made from this, buttons, magnets, whatever, pogs, whatever, will be printed in the Art of Devil Flyer. So that's going to have behind the scenes Devil Flyer stuff. It's going to have 10 years of Bog, a visual history of that character. Have a lot of Bog stuff in there to fill demand for Bog. There's a lot of people that like Bog. And he could be called Smiles, yeah, because it's more like a face mask over or whatever, because this actually is the bottom of his chin here blacked out, Maybe that's what you're thinking is a smile. That is actually just his chin, his jaw with a mask kind of, you know, fitted over, you know. But this time I did a little bit different. I gave him a collar instead of, let's see, I did this to move this to get to this anyway. I did this one along with the Twisted Man. I did this here on a larger piece than the head sketches. Maybe I'll offer a larger thing on the big bundle as well, original artwork. I already have on there, you get a second head sketch. Now, maybe it could be a larger dimension one because I do have, you know, but now I already have, I'm not trying to make things hard on it. I've probably done well over 300 head sketches that are this size, but I'll show you in comparison. Quite a bit larger. So, yeah, instead of like a print, you get original artwork of a character. And it'll be a character that will be developed sometime soon. You know, I have so many characters, but there's, you don't want to have a random character and them not show up for 5 years. You want somebody that you're going to be able to read about here pretty soon. So yeah, I decided to put a mesa and clouds and the whole, and some depth to it and some actual background to this one besides just like maybe that. That works. I like red and black together and white, which this is kind of beige, but he'll be white in the comics. These spots here will be white, but we're working on cardboard. So, and actually I can go in Photoshop if I want this totally white and do it. I probably won't, but in printing, but I'm not there yet. We are looking at printing and hopefully fulfilling in July, and I'm still adding to the madness. Smiles. Whoop, yeah, I get it now. Yeah. I just so it's just kind of like the skull, Punisher type skull, but then it's the jaw. It's not an actual smile, but that could be a play on words. That he's not actually capable of smiling. You know, because he looks like a pretty serious character. I don't know. He's a villain. At least that's what I have in my head now. Now you can always pivot and go, I got a better idea for him, and I reserve that right. But right now he's a villain, and he might go up against Midnight, my character. She's going to have some good villains to go up against. Yeah, you never know. I'm not even saying if at this point if Devil Flyer is a villain or a hero. I'm not. In fact, by the time I'm done with you, you'll be wondering, and I'm not going to, and I'm upfront with you. I don't have any plans to tell his origin till issue 7. Why issue 7? Well, which is maybe closer than you know. If we do well on the next campaign, which will be, even if I offered up Devil Flyer, I think we do better now. And right now, we've had some movement in March where we went from like stalled out at like 3,600 something to like 4,132 right now. So over $4,100, 68 individual backers. And I like that about Fund My Comic. It gives you an actual backer count. If you back it 15 times, it's just going to give you that one backer number. And I like that. Your total will go up, but your number of backers. So that tells me more accurately how much support I have. Well, the Joker was a villain. Yeah. You got to have villains. You got to have interesting villains. Your heroes are only as interesting as your hero, as your heroes are only interesting. Let me think about what I'm trying to say. As your villains are, you've got to have a good rogues gallery, and so that was one reason why I wrote in old characters like the Twisted Man. I had him available, already done, and he's just going to be like a singular villain, I think, for Inner Man. And he'll cross over because I mean he has to, because he's very powerful individual. He sort of warps reality or your perception of it. I'm not telling you which. Does he actually warp reality? I'm saying yes right now. Now that might be downgraded later after the big Pandora's box, figuratively speaking, is closed. But there'll be repercussions for things going awry in the momentum universe. Right now, think of it as a mirror or a glass that's been shattered into a million pieces. That's the momentum universe. In a way, you know, chaos has been unleashed and evil into the world again, and so that's great foundation. You need heroes to arise and you know, fight said evil, right? And this is an ancient, ancient evil. Um, you know, uh, before that existed before man was around. You know, uh, and the 43 are going to be. I had to talk about this project because this is part of one of the draw stream I wanted to do. Then we'll get to whatever I'm going to work on that. The 43 was an idea to have these villains all with one origin, Nazi super soldier experiment, but it appears to have disintegrated all these men and women, and it did disintegrate some. There was at least 100 individuals in there, and they were given individual injections and treatments leading up to the energy infusion, the last stage of the experiment, which appeared to disintegrate all these characters. It didn't. It sent them through time and endowed them with the powers, just not where Nazi Germany could take it full advantage of it, to help turn the tide of the war toward the end of the war. So this gave me a core origin story for a whole host of characters. Why 43? That's just the number that popped in my head. I said that's a good amount of villains. If I make 43 individual villains, and certainly I think I can. I'm on a good roll to do it at this point. At least I would say I'm probably about halfway there right now. I've got a bunch on here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Although all these don't quite work for me. Those two don't. Maybe not this, but we'll see. And it also gives me an excuse to drop these villains wherever I want them, whenever I want them, because they can just appear in the 50s, maybe during World War II, but maybe just one or two of them where they couldn't stem the tide of the war. Because Devil Flyer fought in World War II. He fought in World War One. He was born in 1899. And I'll give you a brief synopsis of that, and I'll be doing more of a write-up on that and adding it to the campaign as well. But I've added a new thing to the big bundle, and that's well, you can go over there and see. And well, I'll tell you this much. It's a binder. It's a binder, and that'll have the original artwork in there. I mean, not original. It'll have a cover and a binding artwork and a back artwork, is I think, at least on the front. I already have some of the binders for that. I already have the binders for that. And then that way I'll be able to, when I ship, I don't know why I didn't think about it. I've been wanting to do a binder anyway. We can do it on this campaign. They're saying save it, save it, save it. Other creators are telling me save it for another campaign. No, I'm going all out on this campaign. I may I may stroke out and never get to do another campaign again. It's Mad March. It's momentum Mad March. I'm going all in. You know, I'm putting it on this campaign, and either you get it or you don't. And if you have any problem with shipping, let me know. You know, um, this isn't quite right, or I can't back this right. I've already had one. Apex said that the other day, and yeah, there was a backer on relaunch that overpaid, and I said, well, we'll work it out. If Luke doesn't work it out for you, which I don't know what he can do, I need to just fix that, and I'll be looking at that tomorrow, hopefully, or today. To me, it still seems like tomorrow. But Dell A in the house. There's so much stuff on this campaign that's overwhelming. Well, there's a lot of artwork, but tiers, I don't know, original artwork. You take away the original artwork, you got the digital, you got a tapestry, you got a standee, you got the big bundle, which is everything in there. You got the books, and what else is there? Okay, there's a trading card set, and there's a sticker book, and there's an art book. But it's been a year coming, added to the campaign. It started off pretty simple, as just the 4 covers, which includes the blank drawing cover, and a tapestry, and the big bundle, and which has been added to massively. And yeah, I'm not trying to make it overwhelming. I'm not. But I've added a lot of artwork. Maybe it is sensory, but I want you to get a sense that Devil Flyer is much more, and especially new backers, much more that we've employed 22 people maybe on this project. Now, maybe they did trading card artwork. Maybe they did sticker artwork. Maybe they did coloring on the tapestry. It may not have been to have anything with the Devil Flyer book whatsoever. And the book, when it's all said and done, will probably not be 48 pages, but 52. So there's extra value for your money right there. I'm not counting cost. To a certain degree, I am. Okay. I'd be crazy not to. Otherwise, I'd lose my shirt, and I really need my shirt. Right, TJ? Anyway, but you either go all in or you go home. I'm one of those that want to do things differently. I want it to be exciting for me. I want it to be exciting for you, and I want you to get excited about it. And I think people will. And I hope that they don't wait till fulfillment time, or maybe after they see all the neat stuff that people. Frankly, I don't think enough people say, "Hey, it came in. Look at all that I got." Eric and Boyd, though, if nothing else, he's gonna show everything he gets, because he was the big winner on the campaign, and hopefully Lorenzo will too. He'll get a mystery bundle, and it'll have unique stuff in there for him, but it won't be as large. Basically, it's like Eric, if he paid $300, which I think for all that you're getting on there is amazing, and it's fun stuff. The binder, I'll be talking about today, what you get in the binder. Character sheets. I want to do character sheets, maybe with the backstory and bundle and whatnot. And Midnight's got to be one of those, because I'm really trying to develop Midnight and get you ready for my Midnight pulp, and you get to know her, and I'll be telling her story in 2 timelines: when she's about my age, about 60, and when she's younger, in her 20s. So that's a kind of a unique way. Can't wait to get to Momentum Future Visions. It's really Momentum Unleashed Future Visions, and then that's all the stories told in the future. It may not be our future, because there's 2 stories: the Midnight story that's set in the Old West, but it's the character's future. It's with Old Lady Midnight. That's what I call her, Old Lady Midnight. Even though she's really not that old. She's not like in a walker or anything with a cane. She could still a pretty tough woman at 60. That's where I kind of guessed her age, because that's kind of where I'm at now. And I still look pretty darn good for my age, I think. Clean living, folks, clean living. Anyway, and reading lots of comics and keeping your mind stimulated. Uh, you know, and when you see he's doing something wrong, don't keep doing the same thing. Do something different, And I'm living the dream, and I've got more energy now. And prove me wrong. Very few people probably stream as much as I do, and you got to have energy to do that. Of course, I don't have a family that zaps my, or wife or whatever, and actually that doesn't have to zap your energy, but it frequently does, especially if you have kids. Hey, Marv, good morning to you. All right. So enough about that. Yeah, you'll get, I've got a place to put your pogs, pog sheet. I'll think about it. I'll see what I can. I'll get a binder, and actually the binders will look like this, except with the artwork. I've got an example right here with my writing in it, and illustrations. So I believe on these, yeah, I can fit in. I can fit in the artwork here. I think you can fit it in right here on the binding on the back. I think you're able to fit it on the back. So it does have these braids here or whatever. So it'll have to be cut a little bit short, but I'll take that into account. We'll see what we can do. I'll design something for this, something new for me to design. I'm going to get everything on the campaign. Of course I don't. I have to pay for it too. I get a better rate than everybody else, but I'm the one that's making it, right? I can get it at cost. But I want to be able to fill up, with a lot of the stuff that I make on this campaign. And it's more than one book, at least a good portion of one of those. I got a lot of catching up to do. Look, I'm competing with everybody else, and I want to make neat stuff now. And like I say, I may never get another chance. We're not promised tomorrow. So I'm having fun. I'm living the dream. I'm doing things differently. Who does a relaunch on a campaign that's a year old? Have you seen that before? Yes, me. A few weeks ago over on Shay's channel. She cosplayed Midnight. If you missed it, go watch it. Anyway, yeah, I'm excited about that. And I'm starting to promote that years in advance, just like I kind of did Midnight. Devil Flyer, and hopefully if we do the John Buscema book here pretty soon, after this campaign is fulfilled or launches close to fulfillment time for that, by then I should be able to get physical things in from the printer and go, oh, look what came in. And, and it's all coming together. And look, I got the standee, and, maybe that'll get us some more backers. I think it should be well over $5,000 by now, but I get it. And I think by the end of it, it will be, hopefully. If it's not, I won't be disappointed. I'm very grateful. Everyone is still up. Laugh out loud. Yeah. Hey, Justin. Yeah. Well, I'm supposedly, supposed to be drawing, so I can chew gum and, do two things at once, I think, hopefully. But yeah, I'm excited about what has been added to the campaign, and you need to go check out Pencils Down too. And Justin, in all fairness and all transparency, I've not bagged Pencils Down yet, but I'm going to. I'm going to, because Devil Flyer, a big incentive for me is, well, one, I want to just, Justin's a great guy, one of the sweethearts of, on YouTube and making comics and making quality comics at that. And, and Devil Flyers cover, and, one of my main artists, John Dillard, is doing the artwork. So yeah, I want to get behind that. Absolutely. So you got another backer in me. I just, it'll be here soon. I'll be getting some extra money this week coming up. So that's good. And really my own, one of my biggest expenses already taken care of till May. which is good, you know. So I'm ahead of the game, and hopefully in April I'll start back to work. Less streaming, won't be doing topic lists unless we have a rain out night. Where will you print your book? Okay, that's a good question. I'm going to print some of it locally here. The actual book won't be. The hardbound will probably be printed in Nashville. As you know, or maybe you don't know, Critical Blast will be fulfilling it. So it'll be different places. The hardbound, they're not capable of doing. The quality that I want for the main book, they're not capable of doing. But now they can do some of the other stuff, the trading card, mostly the merch. But now they're gonna print the sticker book, which is going to be good quality. It's going to be as good a quality as the Ashcan was. And for you that got the Ashcan, it was good quality. It was good print quality. But what do you expect out of a sticker book? And free domestic shipping on 3 items: the standee, the sticker book, and the trading card set. And you get an Abby keychain with the sticker book. The only other way to get that Abby keychain, and you're getting 10 cards in the set, but you're getting 19 characters, is get it in the big bundle. Dale, I got your book. The kids and I are reading it. Really good. Yeah. Dale's got a free offer for a free comic book. Dale, you need to drop the link so people can go to that site and sign up and get their own free comic from you. And maybe you'll get some backers, when you release your book you're working on now or whatever, good stuff. We had on Dale yesterday for a bit, and that's always cool. I've been wanting to get him on. So, this area here, I'm trying to add, gradiated shadow purples here against the mesa, and, kind of marry it a little bit with the purple sky. I didn't want to do the blue sky, although I added some blue here. It's actually dark purple in a way, but it looks more bluish. So, I got to do this raw spot, which is raw cardboard here for sure. All right, so I need a light lavender for that, and somewhere there is a lighter lavender than what I'm looking at here. This might be it here. I have to do a color swatch, color test for it, make sure I have the right purple. Tank, I don't know if you've got time to come on, but I've certainly dropped the link, going to work and lurk. Okay, you're going to work. Okay. Does that mean you're drawing or what? Because I'll drop you the link if you want to lurk, on panel, whatever. You let me know. Help me help you, as they say. Okay, probably need to use a small nib for that when I get to that. All right, so. I don't know what it is. I've working in color, all of a sudden, everything I do now is in color. I even my head sketches, so. But that's okay. That shows you my coloring ability. And plus I'm, with these alcohol markers anyway. I can't wait to show you like that I can watercolor to some degree. And other things. Of course, I can acrylic paint and stuff. By the end of it, it'll be Rex got skills. He may not be the best, but he's got skills. I'm finishing up a commission and getting back to the Midnight Triptych. Okay. Yeah, hit me up. Okay. Well, how about if I just drop the link in the chat? That way it makes it easy on you, makes it easy on me. There you go, sir. Get your own copy by signing up for my mailing list. There you go. I did. I got my copy. I got it too sweet quick. And he ships internationally, charges you. If it costs him $30 to ship you that comic, he will ship you that comic and pay the $30 shipping to get it to you. Absolutely. That's the best deal going now. Free and free shipping. I can't even beat that. And I believe me, I try. Watercolor is not my thing. It's not my thing either. That's why I said somewhat. I tried, but colors don't like me. Well, yeah, it's opaqueness is so it's different. Than hey Tank,
Hey, how's it going?
good. So you got Dale's book,
I did. Sword and Chivalry.
and you probably got it
It,
fairly quickly after signing up, right? I did.
I did.
Yeah,
I
he
did.
he he don't mess around. He
Uh-uh.
gets it out. In fact, I've been on a stream where he's wrapping up the next one to go out. He's like, "Oh, I got a new one," and he don't mess around. He gets it wrapped up and ready to ship out the next day.
Yeah, no, so far I've enjoyed it. The kids and I are reading it. So it's got a good reading level to it. I was like, I started reading it and I was like, you know what, this would make for great reading kids. Because it
Yeah,
does have some longer words.
the artwork really lends itself to you know
It does.
that where children would really enjoy it. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the kids have really gotten a
And
kick out
who
of it.
doesn't
They
like King Arthur, like knights and stuff?
right.
You know.
Ah, dang it. I left my drink.
Uh
Um,
oh.
Forgive
I'll
me.
wait
I'll be
on you.
right back.
I'll stop the show for you till you get back. Tank always says, I had to go away, rewind the show, for me. It's kind of like a ongoing joke with him, although he hasn't done it to me in a while. I'm beginning to suspect he may have been replaced by a doppelganger at some point. With Tank, I can never tell. And would I even notice the difference, even if they did replace him? I don't know. It's above my pay grade. So I got some fine detail here that I don't want to kind of color over that I put in there before I had like the base color down or what I was going to do. So just a little definition line here that I don't want to put a purple over. Although that would probably do better. I may wind up going over it and just making that darker. It would probably mesh well better. But yeah, it's kind of like cooking, recipe, and baking. That's its own science. Baking is its own science compared to cooking. And same thing with watercolor. It's the way I look at it. Uh, it is kid friendly, maybe PG violence. Yeah. There we go. That's the last of that. I'm trying to show you different sedimentary or light, with the mesa.
So, yeah. Sorry about that. I forgot my drink.
It's okay. I stopped the show so you wouldn't miss anything.
Yay! That's all I ask.
That's all you asked, right? Yeah. Although I was saying you haven't asked in a while, so I'm suspecting that you may be a doppelganger, but I don't know if I could tell the difference even if they did replace you. So
Yeah, well, you got to be careful. Zorak might show up. You never know.
yeah, I like Zorak. Always did, always will. Space Ghost villain. Uh,
Hmm.
so working on this one at Apex After Dark, Tank.
Hold on. Let me get back there. Hey, look at that. Heck yeah, dude. I
Yeah,
enjoy
so
that.
doing
I
a
enjoy that design.
yeah,
Now,
yeah,
is
it's
that a
simple,
character
but
for Midnight?
possibly, yeah. I'm gonna
Okay.
need some Western villains. Very,
Mm-hmm.
very simple design. I just come up with it, popped in my head. He's one of those characters. I think
Kind of
that just
spectral, ethereal in the simplicity of the underlying
yeah.
design.
I did this the other day. I don't know if you saw that.
No, I didn't see that one. That's
And
good.
this is not the first time I've drawn him. I've actually done a couple head sketches,
Okay.
and this is larger. I've got a pad that's got larger, but here's the difference in size. Quite a
Oh
bit
wow.
larger. You know, these are the head sketches that I've done over 300 of easy. I could give everybody two of these. If we reach the right stretch goals, you buy the big bundle, you could wind up with three different characters, original artwork by me.
Dude, that's
Uh,
awesome.
yeah, and other stuff. You might. I mean, the first person to back the big bundle will get the Bog Pog artwork. You know, and then the one that I'm trying to make comics and campaigns fun again. And then the
Mm-hmm.
next backer after that will get the Geo Slammer artwork, and then after that maybe the battle what do they call it, the battle pad or whatever with Pogs. I'm not sure, but I
I
got
totally forget. Honestly, I was not of like I was too old, too young for the first time Pogs
oh
were
were you.
around, and too old
Mm-hmm.
for the second time.
Oh, okay. Did you see the Twisted Man? I
Oh,
did
that's
him.
wicked
I
looking.
did him yesterday. He's part of the 43. Although I created him before the concept of 43. I was talking
Right.
about that earlier. One origin for 43 characters, all villains, all psychotic killers. So these are bad people. So when they just bloop into time, whether it's the 50s and start tearing up things and killing people, you know what they're all about. They're psychotic Nazis that have
Right.
been shredded, put back together, and now they have superpowers that they just go wild with, to either start the Third Reich all over with or start their own little thing, whatever. They've got their own different, psychological, who wouldn't want to write that. So one origin to make it easy on me, needed more villains, need some more sexy women, and we're getting there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's one reason I'm really wanting to develop Midnight. That, and I just think she's a kick-ass bad character. I think I've really got a good handle on her. You know, uh, somewhere, I'm not a big Batman guy, but
Right.
basically she's like a Western Batman. You
Mm-hmm.
know, with that hat, which is like she's wearing her own utility belt. You know,
I was more. I was. It's really funny too because I was always more of a Hornet.
papaya, orange, guava. Oh, in the U.S. I came across a lot of comics with nudity as a kid. Marv says, "Wow, okay,"
Mm-hmm.
but I'm in Europe. We think differently. That's normal. People can't distinguish nudity from porn. Yeah, in the U.S.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. No,
Where's
that
the
that's not an inaccurate observation. We have a lot of. Remember, you got to remember that the United States was founded by people so stuck up that even the British said, like, dude, like, killing the buzz here.
get out?
Get
Get out.
out. Go. You guys are funny duddies.
Yeah. Well,
So this is oh,
still founded a pretty good country, huh? That's
hey, and it just gets better all the time, is what I like to say. Yeah, it has its ups and downs, but in the long
yeah.
run, it just gets better and better.
F. Brandon.
It
Still
has
F.
growing
Brandon, even
pains.
though he's out of office. I wouldn't want him back.
Oh God, no, dude, that guy never should have been president. I
No,
always felt
he should have
kind
been
of bad for
ineligible.
him.
He was
Yeah,
Puddinhead,
yeah, no, that was, in my opinion, that
and
was
he's been
capital
a
grade
douche.
elder abuse.
He's been a douche. Yeah, it
Yeah,
was elder. It was elder abuse. Yeah, I agree
yeah,
with that.
I did. I never really agreed with his policies. He was always draconian when it came to crime and punishment.
Condescending. I mean,
Yeah,
even early on, he was like, "I'm smarter than you. I graduated," and just lie. I mean, God, the truth
yeah.
is not in that guy. I feel some pity for him now. I mean, to a certain degree, but not that much. You made your bed lying, and sorry,
So I did this on the
you're out to
studio
destroy
tonight
the
with
country,
Dawn,
and I can't
or
countenance that.
last night.
Oh yeah, yeah. Everybody was drawing the image character, right?
Yeah, where they were drawing Prophet tonight.
Prophet, yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
because we had very special guest Dan Panosian.
Right. Yeah.
He was an absolute
The
delight.
Dawn Studio is just it's at an inconvenient time for me. It's right after this
Right.
one. It's in between another show I do, which is Apex After Dark, which we did
Mm-hmm.
last night, well,
Yeah,
yeah. I mean
technically.
last night, yeah. Technically, yeah. So, and we had on Sim Ink Slayer,
Oh, dude, great
with
guy.
Hellzone, talking about Hellzone and all his other things that he's working on. So,
Yeah, I'm glad he got funded on that.
so
That
I
made me
don't care
happy.
if Stan Lee came back from the grave. It's kind of at an
Right.
inconvenient time. I have been on with Don once to draw, and often they have drawing things like everybody's drawing Prophet, and I want to draw my characters. I've got
Right.
my own stuff I need to develop for the campaign, and this stuff will be printed in the Art of Devil Flyer art book, which is going to be 60 pages. Think about it. I've added just 60 pages, a sticker book.
Mm-hmm.
I made the standee more affordable for everyone with free domestic shipping, 19 characters on how many cards? 10 cards. Um, you know, uh, with a secret mystery card and everything. I may not
Yeah.
give away all my secrets by the, just saying, may not.
No,
But I
I'm
find it,
tracking.
you know, I want to make it exciting again. I want to do decoder rings. Uh, so that's why it's imperative that you back this campaign or the ash can to get the most important card in that I will probably ever make, and that's a bold statement, isn't it?
Hey, you gotta go out strong. You gotta come
And
out
that's
swinging.
the charter member card because that gives you free stuff in the mail from now on.
Mm-hmm.
Periodically random, like, wow, we got sent a trading card or sticker or a magnet bundle or whatever free. Didn't cost us anything. It cost direct shipping to ship it out to people.
Right.
But that's what you get with the charter member card. And that card entitles you to free stuff from now on. You are a grandfathered in backer. TJ's a charter member. Tank Ferret's a charter member. I'm a charter member. Of course, I'm the charter, but you know, I get at cost.
Right, right,
And it
right.
does
You get the
cost.
ultimate hookup.
Ultimate hookup, ultimate bundle. And I'll tell you somebody else that did, and that was Lorenzo. He'll get a lot of stuff. He got the mystery bundle, won that, and made it very easy for him to win. But he won't get as much as Eric and Boyd. Eric and Boyd got the ultimate total mystery bundle, which is everything on the campaign.
Oh
He's going to be
wow.
one happy camper. He's going to get everything. The only thing he won't get is
Mm-hmm.
your original art. He'll get
Wow.
his own original art. I can't duplicate that, right? I can't
Right, right.
clone or do a reproduction or copy. So, but he'll get his own original art. So on the campaign that you won't get. So for all intents and purposes, he's going to get everything on the campaign, everything. And he's going
That's
to be one
fantastic.
happy camper when he gets it. If I was him, I would be like, live long enough to get the ultimate bundle. Live long enough to get the ultimate bundle. Because I know he has health issues and whatnot. And it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy, Tank. You know.
Yeah, no, that's. I'm wishing him the best. He's
Yeah, I
always been a
can't wait.
solid
I
member of
can't
the
wait.
community.
I'm going to be smiling more than Eric when he puts up, look what I got from Rex. He's going to have to get like on top of the barn and photograph down on it, you know, because there's going to be a lot of shit he gets. He's going to get a binder full of stuff. He's going to get, you know, I've added that to the big bundle just tonight before this stream, Tank. I'm still adding to the big bundle.
That is great news.
Yeah.
Honestly, I love that stuff.
Yeah.
I love it when people.
If you don't get $300 value out of that, I'll be surprised. Because, you know, come on.
Yeah, no, I love it when
there's a lot of stuff in there already, and you know, it's not about making a profit, it's about making good stuff. Now you got to make a profit, don't get me wrong, you got to make a profit, but still,
hey, you know, it's about providing quality
and value for yes, quality entertainment, but also you know, be the entertainment, you know, you want to see, you know, and that's what I'm trying to do for everyone. Because I know not everybody's going to step up and do what I do, but certainly if you don't have fun with Momentum Comics, you ain't reading them. You ain't
true.
buying in. Yeah, because it's either going to be fun or, you know, somebody else is trying to do it. But that's the thing about it. Nobody's trying to do what I'm trying to do. We're all
and I love it. I love it. You're building an empire. Like I was saying, like there's a handful of people that I'm really have my attention. I mean, there's tons of people that I absolutely adore what they're doing and it's great, but there are some people out there looking at the bigger picture.
Yeah. Like you said, building an empire.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what's going on. There are some people there that are building an empire, building a franchise, and you know, a lot of folks seem to forget that there used to be a lot more variety in companies. It wasn't just five telecommunications companies that own everything.
Right.
There were,
if nothing else, there's been a paring down, you know, of companies, and they're conglomerating into like the meat packing places. There's only like 3 big meat distributing, Tyson being one of them. We've got a Tyson's factory here in town. So Walmart, I mean, they're monopoly on things, and yeah, it needs to be more diverse for that. If comic book distribution Diamond doesn't show us that, who's had a lock on it for decades.
Yeah.
It's a good thing that Diamond's being broken up.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good thing for comics in the long run.
Let it die.
Let it die, you know? Absolutely.
I'm of that mindset.
They never did a great job anyway. And why? Because they didn't have to, because they didn't have any competition.
Yeah. They never really had to do, they never had to do a thing.
No, they never had to put any effort into it whatsoever. And you know what? They didn't really.
And it showed.
Really. Yeah, and it showed. In damaged product, and you not getting what you ordered, and you being, you know, if you were a small shop, they didn't show you the same consideration. They didn't show you the same consideration as some of these larger, you know, Apple Comics in New York City or something like that ordered a lot of stuff. They got first preference, and that's being a respecter. You know, it should be first come, first serve, but see, that's just too difficult for them to, you know, do, I guess. So the little man always got stepped on with Diamond. And you know what? Capital was just the same before they went out of business and Diamond took it over. Because I dealt with Capital. I never dealt with Diamond, you know, besides you know, ordering through other shops. But my own shop, we had Capital. We were pre-diamond. My comic shop was. We got in. I got in on the ground floor of direct comics that were sent only to comic shops.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, no, it's silly. It's absolutely silly. The way that business is being done now, and Congress doesn't care.
No.
No, they definitely do not care. Because they're all insider traders. The whole filthy, stinking lot of them.
They are. Yeah.
It's beyond inside trading because, I mean, is it really inside trading if you're the one who's making the rules that will decide whether or not something succeeds?
Yeah, it's it's outright theft, what they're doing.
Yeah.
And you and I are getting the short end of the stick, and we don't even know, how can we even attempt to play by the rules if we don't even know the rules? They don't even tell us, brother.
Yeah.
It's so pitiful.
Yeah, it's some sad sack nonsense is what it is.
Yeah.
It is really just, it's so gross.
Yeah, and it's gonna take a while to it's gonna take a while.
Well, this is why I say, now, like, look, doesn't matter your party affiliation, vote the bum out. If they're not doing the job that you like,
right.
Go look at their voting record. That's all public record, folks. Like, get off your butts.
Yeah. Just like when
take 5 minutes on the internet.
Yeah. When they say Clinton balanced the budget in the 90s, no, he didn't. You go to the government website, it will show you. No, he did not.
Yeah.
It's a matter of public record that you have a right to view.
Yep.
And I'm tired of he spent most of our Social Security. That's why it's in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
He did right exactly what Biden did. He propped up. And there was no reason to, because he was in the slipstream, the wake of Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
He could have done nothing, and they would have called him a successful president. Biden could have done nothing after Trump set it up, and they would have called him not that bad. But he just had to undo and unravel and double, and it wasn't him. It was people behind him, because he didn't know what he was doing.
I mean, he
wasn't there.
Like,
he never showed up.
Like I said, the last president that we had that was actually in charge was HW. All the rest, in my opinion, in my observation, they're just...
Now, are you calling HW Jr.?
No, Senior.
Oh, Senior. Okay.
No, Junior wasn't in charge. Cheney was. He was the one with all the power.
Yeah.
Junior was there to be a distraction. I have never met Junior, but I know guys who did. They're like, dude, that's not the guy who was up there on the podium, because he hosts like barbecues and other get-togethers for veterans and whatnot, and
he paints.
Yeah,
he's done a lot of painting. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Rex. I don't really talk about this because I'm a bragging type of guy, but we got a presidential unit citation while we were in Iraq. Yeah. And that's kind of a big deal, actually.
Yeah.
And it really, really pissed off some of the guys when they reconsolidated units. And right now they switched stuff around. So we stopped being, put this into civilian terms, a company of the 1st Battalion, 8th Cavalry Regiment, all right, 1/8 Cav for short, and we went over to 5th Cav Cavalry Regiment, and we had one more presidential unit citation than them. That's 5th Cav. That's some proud people. I mean, that's
with a long history.
Yeah, and man, they were sore. You can't wear that on your uniform, and it's like, well, actually, I can, and here's the orders.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they're like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, no, we did our job right. We were good
and we're
at it.
going to. Yeah.
You know, and yeah, I've had a couple of friends of mine go ahead and meet him at one of his big get together meet and greet barbecues. Like,
Hmm.
and dude, that guy knows how to throw a party, from what I understand. Like, there was just prime cups of beef everywhere.
But it is Texas.
Yeah, yeah. No,
Yeah.
you gotta have prime cuts of beef. You know.
Deep in the heart of Texas. Hmm. Yep. That's right. So I think this is nearing completion. I'm just kind of darkening some of the lines. I might do a little down in here on the neckline, but
Yeah.
I think it's looking
I think
colorful,
it's coming out.
almost like a rainbow back there, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, have you been to the Southwest? It's a lot like a rainbow out there. It's
Mm-hmm.
gorgeous.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Too bad the weather sucks.
Yeah.
But that's one of the things that actually makes it so nice too.
Junior Marvy says was a younger version of Sleepy Joe. Hey Ray Haylock in the house. For
Yo,
my next
Ray.
campaign, I'm taking out the bookmark prints and stickers. I'll be focusing on printing the best hardcover I can possibly get. Only original art when it comes to perks. Yeah. And that's what we tried to add is, and there's more original artwork. This campaign isn't dead. And if you want to totally ignore it and not back it anymore, it's still coming out. And it's coming out with, and some people will get, some of that exclusive stuff and you'll go look at it and go, wow, and maybe you'll go back and back it after they get their stuff and review it. And you say, man, that's cool. I want one of those too, and I hope you do. I'm just making it available. That's all I can do
Mm-hmm.
and get the word
And
out,
that's fair.
Yeah. I'm,
I mean
I'm too busy trying
that's
to
fair.
produce this stuff, and think up the
Mm-hmm.
next thing to put on there that'll make it even the best campaign that I'm not going to be outdone by anybody, Tank.
No. No,
I'm
I mean
not here to
you're
be
not.
somebody's footstool to put their feet on.
Yeah.
I'm going to put out a quality product. And if there's jealousy at the end of it, put the work in.
Right.
It's not going to be on my part. I'm just doing what I can do.
Yeah. No, and I'm tracking. I'm tracking on that.
I mean, I'm trying to, I've been wanting to do binders and it just like clicked to me. That's something I can add to the big bundle. And that's something I want to do. And I think it's very doable and I'm going to do it. I've been wanting to do binders and character sheets and then I wanted to somehow get them a POG thing, a POG sheet. Well, I can just put the
Mm-hmm.
POG sheet in that. I can put your trading cards safely in that, you know, for
Yeah.
those that don't. If they're not, then I'll just the individual sheet, but you'll get the plastic sheet for the trading cards in there, the 9. And then there's going to be a special mystery card that'll also come, And most people are going to get a ton of trading cards. They could get zigzag magnet. They're going to get, you're going to get tons of stuff, man. If you signed up from the very beginning,
Yeah, and it just
even
gets
if you
better
didn't
and
sign up.
better. It just
Yeah,
gets better and
stickers,
better. I
6
mean,
a.m. stickers. Yeah, I
yeah.
think we're going to get that bog 6 a.m. sticker. Absolutely. We're going to go blow past that. And then the next
Mm-hmm.
thing will be a lady hopper and a hopper sticker. And then the next goal after that's more original artwork from me. So,
I'm
like I
loving it.
say, if you back the big bundle, you could get 3 original pieces of artwork from who else is doing that on a campaign? And I've already got the artwork done. I'm not worried about it. I started a year ago, before a
Right.
year ago, doing that stuff.
Yeah.
I started doing bookmarks back in 2022.
Yeah.
I've got bookmark designs I haven't even used. You know, I
Mm-hmm.
I started doing that trading card artwork that I've got up there now. That'll be made in trading card on this campaign. I was doing that like in 2021 before I even had a channel.
Yeah.
I put the work in, folks, but I don't brag about it. It's up there to see. So when Dale said it's kind of overwhelming, yeah, it's been coming. And you know what? This is 60 years of my life nearly. It's, I've been reading comics for 50 years now.
Right.
Just hit 50 years on reading comics. I mean, I got a few things, but really since I started collecting on a regular basis. And there's only been 2 years when I was doing missionary work, working with the homeless and the prisoners and all that, that I put comics aside because I didn't have a lot of
Okay.
money and my focus was wholly on that. But other than that, I've snapped back and collected all that time. And I comics is endless. I don't know it all. I don't claim to know it all, and I'll never know it all. The subject is too big.
Yeah, I agree.
Comics has a rich history. You can begin today as a kid, and by the time you're, say, 80, you'll still be learning. If you live to be 105, you'll still be learning. It's endless.
Yeah.
There's so much to learn when it comes to the subject of comics. In my humble opinion, just my opinion.
I can't say
Worth
that
what you
you're
paid
wrong
for.
in any way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I might want to do one more one there. And I don't look at it as a competition. I really don't. I mean, that takes all the fun out of it to me. I'm just doing my own thing. I'm doing my own thing. And I'm thinking about it. And I'm adding, like, in the book, hey, wow, it's been 10 years of drawing Bog. So we'll do a visual history. And I've got more on Bog than any other character. He was going to be my first comic that I was personally going to do. And then I got with Dave, and he, after I created Devil Flyer, and he said he'd be happy to do that. And I'm glad it worked out that way. Bog wasn't the central character, because I think, I think it just worked out the way it should have worked out, and it will, if you keep plugging along, put your trust in God, he'll lead your way. He's going to take care of me. If I don't get another backer ever again, he's going to take care of me. Everything's going to be fine. I really think some people are going to really want that John Buscema book. That's going to take care of a lot of financial needs, from now on, I think some people.
I think that one's going to, dude,
people that one's going to do some really I can't even tell you what that campaign's going to do. I can't even tell you. It's got the potential to be 6 figures. The potential. I'm not saying it's going to even get near that, but it's got that potential over time, to make 100,000. Absolutely, it should. I'm not saying it's going to, and it probably won't. But then again, it probably will. Let's speak positive, right? If we, shoot for the stars, and if you miss them, at least you tried. At least you got somewhere closer than the other guy that didn't even show up to work.
Yeah.
So, Hank, what do you think? What do you think? Is this thing done? Is there anything I need to do to it that I'm missing something?
That's looking really good, man.
Well, that tells me I've got some more to do on it then, if it's just looking really good.
Yeah, but I'm an asshole. I don't often say stuff like.
Yeah. Maybe a little blue shadowing down in this area.
Yeah. I mean, with the stark white really does give it kind of like an ethereal kind of vibe, because everything else is shaded and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Marv.
Pardon me. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So what did you say? What did you just say over right before the coffee?
I was
The
like, the
white.
stark white. Yeah, the
Uh-huh.
stark white really contrasts with everything else in the scene
Yeah.
and really gives him like an ethereal vibe. Like,
Yeah. Well, really it's tan because it's cardboard, but it shows up
right.
as, registers kind of like this,
Mm-hmm.
and you got to take this into account when doing these, and use that kind of as a color, you know,
Right.
or a highlight. Like I left uh, just the raw cardboard in his eyes there, and that
Mm-hmm.
pops, you know. Uh,
That's
you
a good
left a
illusion.
little raw cardboard here for his in this area, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That works for great for highlights. Left raw highlight for in the eyes for on that one,
Yeah.
and same thing here, even with the visor. Uh, really makes it pop because it's going to be the lightest thing on there. And yeah, this is wild how that registers as white because he is a white energy type character, you know. Uh,
Yeah. I think it works out really well.
yeah, yeah. So yeah, yeah. I've had fun doing this one, and I'll probably put a dirty gel on this one. I ain't this black, and I'll have to put something on this one. Uh, Probably with a brush though, uh, and some white out is how I'm going to do that one. Now, where was the one I was working on? Is it in the stack already? It's wanting to be in the stack already. It's jumping in there. I was pleased though with this one. Very simple, but Twisted Man's a cool character.
Yeah. No. The character speaks for himself.
And
I
he's
do
part of he's
appreciate it.
part of the 43. You know where I got the Twisted Man twisting reality? My first X-Men book, with Professor X's son, where everything's going wild. Have you seen that with John Byrne and
Uh-uh.
all that?
No,
You know,
I'm not familiar with that one.
distorted images. He drew the characters, the leaning buildings, and he just warps reality.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah,
I did
yeah.
not know that.
So I'm just taking that concept of that character and making my own. Which is kind of like an outline of a character with a Rorschach. And the 43 came out of that. I just had the artist draw the blanks and then I filled in the characters, you know,
Nice.
and made the characters. Now on this one, I said, well, make him a little angular, like he's rock, because I already had him in
Mm-hmm.
mind. Other than that, they were just like templates. You could fill it in any way you want, and that's what I did. They were blanks, and I didn't even have him ink it. I inked it. I just had him pencil it. All right, so I need to add some blue to the neck, maybe a little, maybe just a little. I did put a little purple down in there in the, but not.
I'm digging it. I'm digging it.
But I like the color thing. I do. That's why I'm on the bent of doing it because everything I've been doing up for like 3 years has been black and white, for expediency's sake. And now that I've got a lot of that done, it's like, yeah, I could take some time to do some color pieces because I dig color too, and I mean, digging just working in color again. That's why I can't seem to get off of it now. But it takes longer, and especially on
Right.
larger pieces like this, it takes longer, especially the way I'm doing it, which is markers. Not the quickest way to work, folks. Just saying.
Yeah.
Hard uh color pencils may be slower for sure because you got to layer and go over it again. That's not dark enough, saturated enough, whatever. Layer, layer, layer. If you're going to use color pencils, get a soft color pencil. And I can't, no, I don't know that I've done that. One way, Marv, you can work in watercolor is they have watercolor pencils. Draw it out in watercolor, and then you can wet it down in certain areas where you want to do wash effects. and try it that way.
Oh
Then
yeah,
you have the
yeah.
control of the
No,
pencil.
I do appreciate a good watercolor.
See you, Marv.
I really do. Later,
He's
Marv.
he's got to go, guys. Stuff to do before lunch. Hope you see you on Randy's show. Have a great day, Rex. Tank and chat. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what Randy is doing. Randy Zimmerman, he's talking about. I didn't even think about that. I'm grateful for the reminder. That would be 8 o'clock my time when they start. It's only about 5 here now, so won't start up for several hours. Let's see. I had to go to Facebook on that. If you didn't catch my interview with Glenn Fleming, go back and watch it. We did that a day ago. We did that Friday. Uh, so I guess more than a day ago, but YouTube counts a day. I don't know how they figure that stuff. But uh, yeah, that was a good interview. I mean, any chance to kind of dig down deep into the Kirby lore and stuff, uh, is a cool time. Just a
I
very
agree.
interesting.
The Kirby lore is good.
And he's done so much. I had no idea he did like to Robert E. Howard's The Shadow Kingdom. What is that? Is that what we're going to be covering? I think so, because or maybe that's just something. Watch that great stuff. Okay, so he hasn't dropped. I don't know what we're going to be covering. It's probably a continuation of what they've been covering on Sundays. So I don't know exactly what they'll be doing. What else you got to put up there besides profit?
Oh, right now I'm just doing some stuff in the background.
Okay. Well, I won't. I
Yeah,
won't bother you.
I got to finish up this one. This is for that's the reduced version. So yeah, this is the full size version. I was just doing a reduction check.
Uh
Um,
huh.
sometimes when I'm like messing with something new, so I got a whole bunch I got to redo on this. Um,
That's the great thing about digital. You can do things like that, and actually, like you say, reduction check for printing's sake. Things
yeah,
like that.
yeah, because
Oh,
I'm
gray.
using
Yeah,
a.
I need to do a little gray. That's what I need. I need gray in this. Need a very light
There you
gray.
go.
I think I did that once before. Most of
So
my
are you
grays.
talking about Nerd Bacon? Is that what he's doing, Randy?
No, I'm talking about okay on Fridays at 4 a.m. my time, which would
Yeah.
be 5 a.m. for Randy because he's on the East Coast, I think. But
Okay.
it's all I know is my time, which is 4 a.m., which is very early. He did Weird Science. They were looking at EC
Oh.
Weird Science, like issue 56 or beyond, whatever, and
Oh.
talking about it. And we do a breakdown. We've looked at artists like Mobius and Kirby and Esner and things like that, just different works, and we break them down and
Okay.
go, uh, yeah, it's a cool time. But I've just been kind of concentrating on different things of late. Now I did, and it's been a while, but Friday I simulcast the Weird Science. I think I've done a couple Weird Sciences since they've been covering that, um, uh, but I wasn't on panel, so I didn't mean to be confusing to my viewership. But I've been working on other things. I'm usually up at that time, but I just haven't felt like taking the time to actually join in on the group because usually those things last a couple hours, you know.
Right.
And yeah, ooh, that's way too dark. Way too dark. Don't want to use that. That come out black. Nearly. Kind of a good choice. Hopefully, here pretty soon, I'll be able to get maybe another set of markers, Azure markers from Walmart. Hopefully, they still have some. They don't. Well, I've already bought out the last marker set at Five and Below, but they may have gotten something new in. They've got other options too.
Okay.
Um, I did come up with a new character name though. Uh, every now and then, a new character name will pop into my head. Lord Rage. Lord
Lord
Rage.
Rage.
Mhm. Now I just have to create a character that that kind of goes with it. So Lord Rage will more than likely, right, be a villain with a name like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Charging up my phone. My phone was about to die. Got about
I'm
2%. 2%.
Yeah, I
Uh,
hear that. I'm charging up my pen. Some other things done in the meantime.
yeah, for $14, you got to get another. You definitely got to get another one. That's just too cheap.
Well,
I get.
and I do want. I mean, this is it's not that this one has been running out of power since I found my other charging cable.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it is like, well, wait a minute. Um, uh, I do want to make sure that I've got another one, and that way I always have something charged. That way, if I'm on a roll,
Mm-hmm.
uh, there's no interruption to it.
Exactly. Exactly.
And whatnot. So
I'm glad Marv liked this. It's always nice affirmation to hear somebody like what you're doing. You know.
yeah, I like that. I like it.
But you know what? I'm going to do what I'm going to do, regardless if anybody likes it or not.
That's right. You heard Rick. Eat it.
Am I Rick now? What the hell?
No, Rex. Sorry, I'm tired, man.
Yeah,
I'm
that's all
just
right. I've
I
been
did
called
not
worse.
sleep well.
That's all right.
It's true. At least I
Yeah,
didn't call you Doc though.
yeah, yeah. That's true.
Doc's gonna kill me. And you know what's sad, Rex? I'm gonna die laughing.
uh,
I thought it was. Do, do, do. All right. All right.
I took a chance and put, just not stark white, which messes with the very contrasty face. So maybe I made a mistake doing this, but it is what it is. It's been done now. So uh, you don't know till you try. Sometimes some things work out, sometimes they don't.
That is absolutely true.
I can always Photoshop it out if I don't like it on the finished thing. Um, all right, so I'm going to leave this alone before I mess it up. Uh, Final look, hopefully. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Put a little undershadow under the hat and the eyebrow.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that that worked for me. It was probably better just stark. Skull shape. But
Yeah, I like
anyway,
the starkness,
yeah.
but it really all depends on like where you're going with the character. if light does interact with their skin,
Mm-hmm.
or how does it interact with the skin?
Mm-hmm. Might put some little sand granules down here in this red part. Just little random points of interest that you may not pick up in printing, or
Right.
but it, if you have the original artwork, it's like, oh, look, he put some little pecking things here. Okay. Hmm. Rex is brilliant. Science blinded me with science. She blinded me. Science. Bum, 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 bum. Mm. Maybe some directional lines here. Tank, you have to live with something a while sometimes to, Picasso had something to say about that, about, finishing a piece, was art ever finished
Yeah.
for the
Yeah.
artist?
Perfect
It's
just
always
means
up for
complete.
grabs as long as the creator is, I see something right here that's a bad mistake. Okay, got to add the blue there.
Well, I mean, perfect just means complete in form. It doesn't mean without flaw.
Yeah. There we go. Now that works. Bam. All right, there we go. Finished. Uh, don't have a character. Don't have a name for this character, but that's okay. I'll come up with
All right.
something at some point, right? Maybe a little detail here. Like
All
maybe there's a
right.
little climbing rock formation
Little
here.
green light is off of my pen. That is fantastic. I'm gonna go stretch my bones real quick, Rex, and then I'll be right back if you don't mind.
Okay.
Shall return. That's a threat to all of you out there in the audience.
I
That if
took
you
it as
don't
such.
like and share and subscribe, I will come back.
You heard the man. You heard the man. Little detail there in the mesa, whatnot. Little black. Let's say specks. Just little details. Little details make the thing. Maybe here, maybe little shadow lines. Since we're going behind the mesa. Then you may or may not pick up. But I think it makes it a little bit more interesting. Speed lines, if you will. Basically. Maybe some lines under the brim, since that's shaded that area, just to emphasize that is in a little shadow area under the hat brim. But that makes sense, but it defines it better. There we go. As if his eyebrows had a little line. Yeah, glad Marv liked that one. Glad I'm, doing something somebody likes out there. Hopefully my camera's not too bad. So another one to add to the pile. Another one. trying to keep these in order. I need to number them. I thought about that because they're getting out of order, and I don't really know what. Maybe I need to number them right now on the back. Although I don't know if I can number them. Like I say, I'm forgetting exactly the order on some of these that I did them. Flop this over. This is number 2. Geo Slammer artwork. And have to flip that over. There we go. Number 3. Under Rock. Now, the 4th one. Zeitgeist. If you haven't hit that like button, hit that like button. Why not? I think that's right. And then, I did these on different shows. I don't even know if I can number these anymore without going back and looking, to be perfectly honest with you. And I probably should have, I've thought about this. I probably should have said what show I did it on, like Topic Lists or Homer's Hump Day Show or Apex's. Did started this one over on Apex's After Dark. That helps document, So I can count backwards and maybe do that. How about that? That would help. So there's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10. So I've done 10 of them now. So this would be number 10. I have to give him a name, though, at some point. We're into double digits on these, though. Woohoo! Okay, so let's make him number 9. Twisted Man. And you know what? Duh, go by the dates that are on them. So obvious. Damn. Okay. When it comes to the numbering. Okay. All right. Damn it. Why didn't I think about that? Man. Tell you what. The numbering. Let's see if I got the right. All right. Let's see if I got the right on this. The guessing. 17th and Sunday. Yeah, I did these the same day. But I know which one I did. I did that 3rd and then this 4th. Yeah, so I was right on that. Okay, so then we got the 28th and 29th, which is the latest. 29th? Yeah. All right. So we got 25th.
All right.
Yeah, I'm numbering these so that I won't, they're dated, though. It finally dawned on me they're dated. How about that, Tank? I was.
Let me see here. Hold on. Let me get
All you gotta do is look that they're dated. You know?
right.
I mean, I think I
Yeah.
did two in one day, but I know which was the third, and which was the Thunder Rock came before Zeitgeist. So we'll just
Yeah.
date that. We'll just number these from now on. I've done 10 of them so far. So that tells me I don't have to go shuffle through them, and then especially if somebody backs the big tier, I'll probably send out the artwork separate. You know,
Right.
four, and then I did this nice bog, which would be five, and then the Geo, which would be six. Yeah, that tracks. And then you know which one you got in the set. You know, art of these that I did. You know,
Mm-hmm.
six, number six, and
So I
I
got
could
to
show them in
redo
order.
all the
Seven.
cloth on this arm. I was like, what is this? Like, one, is this made of silk? Two, why is it wrapped around his arm like 3 or 4 times?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so
I'm trying to think. Omer Glitch had a good name for this character, and I didn't know if I could use the name or not on this character. Uh, and I can't remember the name because I'd love to ask you and see what you think
hold on a
if
second.
it's
Let
a
me get it.
usable name. But I can't think of what he was calling this
Oh,
character.
oh, yeah. I'm really good at looking up copyrights and trademarks.
Hmm. Oh, you are. Well,
Yeah,
that's good to know.
but it's something I've had to do as
Yeah,
part of my
yeah,
job as being a commercial artist. Is clients, they go, well, what if I call my company this, or I call
right.
this new thing that? I'm like, okay, well, hold on. And of course, I used to have to, you know, before for the internet, you had to go look that up in a repository, and you'd be lucky if you lived in a major metropolitan area that where the library had an electronic database that was updated. And then even then, it was like, well, how
Hey,
out of date
DVB.
is it? So I used to go to like either the downtown San Francisco or the downtown Los Angeles library, both of which had
Hmm.
electronic databases. Get the computer time, go look something up, then um, go file a request. Yeah.
I'm just showing DVB because he says no art is ever perfect, but we try to make it as perfect as possible. It gets to the point when you got to just let it be what it is. Know what I mean? Glad they're dated and not
Not
mandated. Yeah. Mhm.
mandated. That's right. Just gender neutral dating.
There you go. Yeah. The twisted
I
man.
really that one's fun. That it seems like a character kind of like with Rorschach
It's
where
different.
the
Oh,
details would change.
yeah. I can show you another. There's that too, a DVB that I did uh, along with that ring.
Yeah.
Um, I have another twisted man. I was looking through my pile of, you know, characters that I could do next. And yeah, this one was one of them. They're part of the now made part of the 43. So there's a different look for him. He's different every time.
Right.
He's always shifting and changing the energy in him, you know.
Dude, I was
So
just talking to somebody about microfiche the other day.
remember microfiche machines? I do in the libraries and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They used to have those at the library. Yeah. Hmm.
Um, our library still had my local library
Oh,
still has
I
a
could
couple
work
of
on this.
operational microfiche
Finish
machines.
that. That's Sea Demon. Actually, it goes this way, where he's diving down into the abyss.
Heck yeah, dude.
He's sort of my Aquaman character. I created him back in 1993, Tank, and I'm excited because the new drawing tier will be a 2-page spread, just like I did a 2-page spread of Midnight. I'm going to do a 2-page spread of Sea Demon because he didn't get a story in this book. So I thought, well, I could still put him in there. See, these things come to me late, but they come naturally and organic. It's like, oh, add a binder. Okay, no brainer. It's been right here all the time. I've talked about doing a binder, and I'm like, it could be done. My brain just has to say, okay, it's time. You can do it. And what a great announcement. You know, I've added to the big bundle at the very end of Momentum March. Can't wait till my Momentum May gets here. April, get my daytime job going, hopefully. And boy, I'm going to be going, okay, we need to get this printed, that printed, that printed. As the money comes in, I'm going to get some artwork done. You'll be seeing some additional artwork that'll be going into Devil Flyer. And I'm going to try and hit the mark. You know, it may be ambitious to try and do it in a year and a half because this is a big project. And I'm adding an art book that's 60 pages, a sticker book that's 16 pages, a trading card set.
Heck yeah.
All kinds of stuff, you know. On the big bundle, there's all kinds of stuff I got to produce. Keychains now, and, you know, we'll get it all done. You know, the money will roll in. Yeah. Well, we're already over 4,100, and I think, you know, these are going to be pogs and slammers and buttons and magnets. This round format can be many different things. Tank.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Is my potato cam okay right now?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. No, I've got you on.
Usually at nighttime it gets a little better, but not always. They were saying I had potato cam over there on Apex's show, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I just got to invest in a good webcam.
If you want to do a character like Inner Man, Zeitgeist, Twisted Man, is taking the form of the human body and filling it in.
Yeah.
A very simple design, you know, just the human form with nothing in it, a blank like I did with the 43s. And look at the diversity of characters I got out of just blanks, you know.
Mm-hmm.
If you have an imagination, you can just take a blank form of the, you know, with the stance and make something. What does that suggest to you? What powers do you want them to have? And, you know. So there'll be the Geo Slammer that you'll get in the big bundle. And there's the Bog Pog first backer of the big bundle, which will ever be everything in the campaign, which will be awesome. You even get original artwork exclusive with that, more original artwork. You'll get this original artwork. And then the next backer of the big bundle will get the Geo Slammer artwork.
Heck yeah.
And then we'll see after that, you know, if we get more than that, we may start giving away some of these. So here's the latest and greatest. And I don't have a, you know, TJ looked at this one, Tank, and was looking at this part here. And I said, yeah, this is like a mask. And this is his chin and jawbone, you know, but it's blacked out over the white, you know, underneath the white. But there is a whole face underneath that. It's just kind of like a draped mask or whatever that he's wearing. So, but she looked at this as a smile, calling smiles. She didn't, you know.
Yeah. You know.
Yeah. Still would work because he ain't got a mouth, you know. And he doesn't.
Well, it's just like, you know, sometimes folks make observations and they misinterpret something, and that's a good. I learned this at an early age. I'm like, no, you take that. They'll apologize. Oh, I'm so sorry, I got that wrong. And it's like, no. Your observation was correct, even though the conclusion was incorrect.
Frisbees. Oh, dude. We can make frisbees. That was Shadowhawk's idea. Glow in the dark frisbees.
Throwing flying discs.
Yeah. Yeah. Wouldn't that be cool to see your character do one of these numbers?
Heck yeah. Well, I mean,
thank you, sir.
Look, that's how DC Comics became a household name. It wasn't through selling their comic book. It was getting that brand recognition out there, making quality stuff that people were going to use. Uh, party cups, and
Who
it
else is
looked
doing light
fun,
reactive cards? Just saying.
right?
Who else is doing, you know, you get on the big bundle, you get a bog, a Funko style bog metal
Mm-hmm.
card. That's fun. He looks like a jumping spider. He just does to me.
It does look like a jumping spider, and
Yeah. Yeah.
and it did inspire the joke of the whole Bog family.
But everybody
Um,
gets a free head sketch, either horizontal or, vertical, and some will be like this that has a little bit more to it with backgrounds, and then some will be more simplistic, uh,
mm-hmm.
some will be in color and some will be in black and white, or some will have just like maybe the eyes done like Dirty Joe there, so it's fun. And some of these light reactive ones may be sent out. So, um, lots of fun. There's something and some character in here for somebody, and I'll
Damn
try and
straight.
take, and I'm not fulfilling it, but I'll try and take that into account for people, if you like a certain character, I'll try and send you a certain character, but I make no promises, you know, uh, Frisbees. Yeah. We're going to do on the next campaign, not this campaign, but on the next campaign, we're going to do Devil Flyer Paz dispenser.
Nice.
And if we do another one, we might do a bog, you know.
Heck yeah.
So wide variety, whole universe of characters. I like how this one turned out. Not too bad. Cortex, he's a living brain in an android body. Here's just Cortex himself, the living brain. Turned out fairly well. Nice. This one's actually promised to Omer. He liked it. And I said, well, I'll send that one to you. Make sure you get that one. He's helped out the campaign a lot. Um, there's a nice sort of uh, light reactive, kind of taking that into account. Geo. And he's kind of like Bog. I'm doing him different ways, experimenting.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a female character that I never quite finished, and I need to actually finish her. I don't know where I was going with that. Here's a one I'm not finished with, but it's kind of like thinking about a redesign on Devil Flyer. Don't like that I gave him man boobs there. This was something totally divergent. Check that out.
Oh yeah, just give him a collarbone.
Yeah.
Give him a collarbone. That'll fix it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right. Yeah. I've got some that are unfinished. Like this was a light reactive sort of reptilian guy that I was working on. Cavern scene on the back. Been doing a redesign on Smolder that you see at the end of Devil Flyer story. Spoilers. I've that's probably not a final design, so just to let
Remember,
you know.
it's
There you
only
go.
a spoiler.
Yeah.
It ruins
But
the
he will be
story.
fighting Smolder, a character. Uh, he will be fighting Smolder, a giant kaiju type character. Uh, so I've done well over 300 of these things, so I'm not worried about giving everybody, you know, uh, having to do the artwork for like, a bunch of, you know, that's not going to throw me behind at all. I can,
Right.
that's why I can afford maybe with some backers to give them 3 original head sketches that I've done. And some of these, I spent a couple hours on. That's a lot of time over a year.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, like this, I was doing bookmarks. This one's from 2023, a slaver. I was doing bookmarks, designs, and things like that. Uh,
That's great.
you know, and there for a while back in 2024, I was doing alien life forms. Check that out.
Let's see here. 'Cause I'm on delay. Oh yeah, that's cool.
Oh, I've
That's
even got a
definitely
blog in
Alien.
there
I
that I
like
haven't
that.
finished. Huh?
That's definitely Alien. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, you try and think outside the box, but you've only got Earth as your reference.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been busy. Been leveling up, hopefully. Not everything's
Yes.
successful, but you'll never see the really unsuccessful stuff.
That's right.
Yeah. I still
Now
got to
that I've
put the
got that.
highlights on that director where you said put the highlights around his classes and then that one would be done. I need to
Oh
finish
yeah,
this one.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like how like what they do in like anime, where like just the glasses are reflecting the light and the
There's
face
that
is in
character.
silhouette.
Mm-hmm.
And which I mean that actually comes from American comics, but
America.
that's a thing. Yeah.
Here's one of the earliest characters, truly one of the earliest characters I created back in the 70s. I got to start on him. Here's Magnet Man. Magnet Man.
Magnet Man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Very simple, Very
I
few
gotta get this
characters probably
done and get
survive
it
from
off
this.
my plate. And get the other next thing done and off my plate. Then I've got to get this Scalpel Zero story done. I've got my editors aligned on it. Tried to get my wife as copy editor for this.
I've been working on
She's just too busy.
storylines, story ideals of late. Yesterday, watching some Doctor Who, and that's given me some good fodder. Some good stories.
Oh yeah.
To like, ooh, yeah. What if I've been going back and watching some of the new Who, and I'm up to like the end of Matt Baker.
Okay.
Getting ready to go into some Peter Capaldi, at some point. So
Yeah, Capaldi's where Doctor Who starts falling apart.
yeah.
I thought Peter Capaldi did good. I understood the reason for the bitter old man doctor because in the previous iteration, the Matt Smith, it was the Peter Pan doctor. He didn't want to grow up. Right? He didn't want to have to face all the horrible truths that he learned as David Tennant doctor.
No, oh yeah, yeah.
And then when he comes to terms with it, and becomes Peter Capaldi doctor, yeah, he's an angry, bitter old man. And it totally made sense for the character to go in that direction. Now his sidekicks, they sucked.
Did you watch it up to when? Peter Capaldi?
I watched it all the way up to what's her face?
Jodie Whittaker. Did you
and
watch
then I watched
stuff?
Yeah, no, and here's the thing. I generally enjoy Jodie Whittaker as an actress.
Yeah.
But I don't know who the hell that was, but it wasn't Doctor Who.
It was Manic Doctor. It was her at certain times trying to do David Tennant. It was her trying to do, certain.
It never had any legs.
She didn't know. She didn't have any legs. Yeah.
Sorry. No, and the writers didn't know the character. I mean,
yeah.
Like, it was just shoehorned politics, and if you don't like it, you're a terrible person. We're going to say nasty things about you. And it was just like, you know what? That's cool. Well, I'm done. I don't have to sit here, as the expression goes, I don't have to sit here and take this abuse.
Yeah. Well, they would often say things like, oh, it's acid water, but they would never show it. It was always tell, don't show.
Yeah.
It should be show and don't tell, so I think.
No, it was terrible writing decision after terrible writing decision.
And Chibnall actually wrote some David Tennant stories and things like that in the past that weren't too bad. Were they
No,
bangers? But no, but they were okay.
but it also leads into the editorial staff. This is where stuff falls apart these days. Editing, editing, editing.
Well, it was the woke
Um,
crap that I think turned off
yeah.
more people. You know.
Well, yeah, and
No-
a good editor would have said, "No, this doesn't. This is not Doctor Who. Get this out of here."
Well, they did deconstruction. It's like, well, the first Doctor's not the first Doctor anymore, so he's not special. And I'm like,
Yeah.
longtime fans, and Hartnell's my favorite.
Hmm.
I'm in the minority there. Now I have an ally in Jason. What is his name? He does things on YouTube. Does some of the better videos on YouTube about Doctor Who. Let me look and I'll find his name. Josh Nares. He's
Okay.
Australian. I think he's living in the UK. He sounds UK to me, but he's actually Australian. Homosexual guy, but that doesn't matter to
Right.
me. He
Mm-mm.
he knows who, he loves who, and his favorite doctor is the doctor, and he's younger than me. He's older. I mean, he appreciates the first doctor, and I do too. I
The first
without
Doctor was
him,
fun.
without him, the crotchety old man, which is kind of like what Peter was doing later on,
Hmm.
like you say, it was kind of a return to formula in a way, you know, with some of the guitar wackiness and things, of his character. But now he was also played an earlier character in David Tennant's time, that the Roman on the Pompeii story, and that's
Hmm.
where he lifted his face from, and they later explained that.
Yeah, the first Doctor not being the Doctor. I mean, that was really when they kind of announced that we don't
I
care.
agree with you,
And
Tree
this
Goblin.
is, oh, what does Kree Goblin say?
He's saying I wouldn't watch BBC if you had a gun to my head. It's pure government propaganda, and I agree.
Yeah,
I've got it on disc, and I don't. I bought all that stuff before the BBC really was really getting bad. But they've
oh,
been
and
bad
before it
for a
gets
long
away,
time. Huh?
before it gets away from me. Oi, oi, Tree Goblin. Good, isn't it?
So
Gotta do
Tree
that.
needs to
Gotta
see
get the
my
oi, oi.
oi oi
Right.
oi oi.
Dude, yeah, our company's called Oi Entertainment. It's Oi.
Oh,
It's
is it?
entertainment, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
Omniverse Incursion Entertainment is the name of the
Mhm.
company. And so we're all registered and whatnot. We are primarily based out of the UK, even though most of us come from the US. But it was, interestingly enough, the cheapest way that we could get everything registered.
Okay. Right on.
Yeah, yeah, no, and so we're bringing it, man. We're
I
bringing
need
it.
to
We got some good
find my
stuff.
one head sketch. See if that had something happened to that head sketch, the character would be gone. I'd have to rethink the character probably. Um, Ladybog. Hmm, I've only drawn Ladybog once. Maybe I need to do a Ladybog Pog.
Lady Bogpog. I mean, how can you
Hmm,
not do that? I
How
mean,
can you not do that? Right? Can you not do that? And I've still got some blanks from when I was making uh, bookmarks. So
oh, there you go.
I still will at some point do some bookmarks, some more bookmarks. And I still have a bunch of the parchment trading card size that I've not used. I did a stream for 6 hours and I did nothing but cut those out, hand
Oh
cut
wow.
those out, about 190 of them. And I haven't used near all of them. Doctor Who used to employ people like Douglas Adams. Now they have a motive to spread hate against its own people.
Yep. No,
Yeah.
I don't understand the UK government at all right now, man. Like that is
How
That's
about Canada?
nuts.
How about Canada?
Oh,
How about Germany with some of the stuff they're doing? How about especially during the pandemic? How about Australia? It's a
yeah.
global attack. You would think it would be
Hmm.
just localized, maybe in a couple Western countries, maybe the UK and America, or just America alone. No,
Yeah.
because of the politics, but no, it's worldwide. Especially this, it's the global agenda. It's the new world
Yep.
order,
Yep.
and open your eyes. You know that's what it
Hmm.
is. It's no coinky dink. It's not a coincidence that this is going on globally.
Yeah.
Protesters, it's well funded. They
Yeah.
got trillions of dollars to back it up. They're willing to put their to totally subjugate you. They're willing to put their money where their mouth is, and they've been doing it. And we've seen the results of it, and it's disastrous. And we're hanging on by a thread even today.
Yeah. No, honestly, I think it's time to amend the Magna Carta and reinforce it.
I believe that
Just,
the UK government is full of foreigners who hate us, funded by globalism. Yeah, you
yeah.
have been invaded by radical Islam.
Yep.
France
Well, I
has
mean,
too.
yeah.
They're going to breed. They're going to get the
Well, you,
vote, and they're going to
yeah.
take over your country. You've
That's
already broken your laws and given them special compensation by having no-go zones with Sharia law.
yeah.
How does that even jibe with Western culture? It doesn't. What they could not storm the gates and attack, take over, enforce, they're now doing by you letting them in the door. And we
Hmm.
got it over here too, but not to the extent that, you know, and maybe worse, because I know there's at least 30 training camps here in America that we keep close watch on.
Yep.
And
Yep.
if
That
I
is
was Trump, I
absolutely
would
true.
say I want a special dossier on radical Islam in America and the
Yep.
training camps. I want you to keep a very close eye on that
Go back,
and their
Pigman.
activities. And if we can bust them on something, bust them on it. Put them in jail.
Go, go
You know.
back, Pigman on Fun My
Hey,
Comic.
Glenn.
What's
Uh,
up,
Glenn
Glenn?
says, "Hi, Rex.
Ooh,
Looks good, Tank.
thank you, thank
UK
you.
home office is mostly Muslims. Yeah, and you voted in your first Muslim mayor, and stabbings are up dramatically
Yeah.
in the UK. So yeah, hopefully you'll get a handle on it before,
Oh
and
yeah.
hopefully France will too before they do what they did in Iraq, which is they'll be tearing down the Eiffel Tower and the Louvre and everything to do with Western culture. That's what
Well, dude,
radical
they
Islam does.
destroy. Yeah, no, dude, that's what they do. They're Wahhabi.
And it was on
That
the
is the name
grow
for them.
in under Obama.
Yeah,
ISIS was getting very close to Western nations, invading
yeah. Well,
very
I mean,
close.
they're like I said, they're called
Scary.
Wahhabi. They're
And Libya
Daesh.
never had to happen, and that's a debacle
Oh,
by
yeah.
Hillary, and you know that was a cover up.
No, well, that no, that yeah, and that I'll tell you right now, that was because, and same thing with the invasion of Iraq, which I was party to. That was all about keeping the petrodollar in power,
Yeah,
because
did
Gaddafi and Saddam were both going to a gold standard. They were going to
gold
trade.
standard for all of Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now look, it's all destabilized and whatnot. Now you
Oh yeah,
have like the
and
new Mali
it's the headquarters
Compact.
for ISIS. Absolutely,
Hmm.
my latest,
Yeah.
Glenn. So yeah, yeah, they were going to a gold standard in coinage, you know, in Africa.
Yep. And
But let's
that
face it,
destabilizes.
Gaddafi didn't deserve what he got, but uh, he his
I
reputation
mean,
was kind of sullied by that point anyway. But we hadn't heard
well, I
from
mean, the guy
Gaddafi
was
in
a
decades.
scumbag. I mean, he
He
was a
was,
scumbag.
yeah, yeah,
He was an
yeah.
absolute turd. But he was
Oh, and
And both he and Saddam, who
mm,
were Hussein, were both Muslim. They were not Islamists, and there is a difference. You can ask any. I asked a whole bunch of AIs, right? Because I already knew the answer, but I wanted to know if AI knew the answer. And
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
yeah, no, you can ask any AI. They all gave me basically the same answer, that there is a huge difference between Islamist belief and Muslim belief. Just like there's a difference between being a Christian and being a Westboro Baptist.
Yeah.
Like, and there's no fun in fundamentalism. That's a lie. The fun in fundamentalism is a lie. None of those people are what you'd want to have over for dinner. But people who want to find a moral compass, but are willing to tolerate uh, the beliefs of others. I mean, that's really. And people go, well, no, the United States never was like that. I'm like, are you kidding me, man? It was like, look, yeah, it sucked for my family when we first got here because we got here in the early 1700s. I am what they refer to as Scots Irish, which means I am Irish. There's no Scottish thing to deal with it to that actually exists with it. It's
Yeah.
that no, we were Irish and we converted to Protestant from Catholicism upon arrival, and we fled. Well, not fled. I would say that we just had enough of it. We left Ireland because the English lords, taking our land, subdividing it, and taking stuff that had been in our family for hundreds of years. You can go to the village of Fairmoy. That's the Duggan home. That's all that we have left is this small little village of Fairmoy. I plan to go there. I mean, I'm supposed to be going to the UK hopefully this next year. We'll see how it goes. Because I've got to do some conventions and stuff there.
I like your new icon artwork there, Tree Golem. That's okay.
Ooh,
See
let me
there,
see what you
Tank?
got.
Little crown and axe.
I love it. Yeah, well, honestly, it started with the Saudis. The UK and France were supposed to, and I forget the family's name. They were long time. They were Muslims. They were moderates, right? And after World War II, the Saudis, who were Islamic extremists on a jihad, on a holy crusade, crushed them. And these guys were begging for UK and begging for help from UK and France, which by treaty said, yes, we have you. We got your back 100%. We'll help you. Right. And so now we're forced to deal with these Wahhabi. Right. These are a special sect of extremists that these are the people that marry the little kids and treat the women terribly.
Right.
And it's just like, no, dude, like, you don't reward that behavior. You bomb it into the Stone Age.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's antithetical. It's right the opposite of Western freedom, democracy, et cetera, thought. And you can't, one cannot coincide with the other. It just can't. And they're not going to change. They haven't changed in thousands of years. It's not.
No, they've been doing the same pissing contest that they've been doing for almost 2,000 years. For real.
Dillard won $100 for an avatar, but I did it myself. Laugh out
loud. I only charged 60, and that's for full color. That's 4K UHD avatars for internet stuff. So just to let anybody
Well,
know out
I
there.
paid just to let you know. It just kind of came with the fringe benefits. I just kind of took it for my cover. So yeah, my icon cost me more than 100. If you want to look at it,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, hey, yeah,
But now, but now
that's
this one
just
didn't cost me that much. My old icon, which is taken from the Devil Flyer book. This one right there, the old one. There we go. Turn the camera off. There we go. That's from a
okay. Yeah,
panel in the book.
I think that's much better. He's still got that kind of shocked look to him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The fading, the wrinkles on the sleeve, the wrinkles on the hat.
Yeah, maybe I'll leave that one for a little bit.
There,
You know.
I think that's all.
All right, I got to find a
That's
reference
all
for
very.
Dirty Joe, and I guess I'll start a Dirty Joe. I don't know. My ass is cocking to me right now. It's like, why is it sitting here? Not the most comfortable chair. I know it looks like it, folks, but it's not. I've actually got 3 pillows underneath me. Need to get one of those gel things. Maybe I'll do that this year. I need to do that because I drive all the time. You know.
Hey Rex, I'll be right back. I
Okay.
gotta go pay the coffee tax.
All right. Okay. I guess I get taxed less than what he does. It'll be a fun book, man. When you think about it, I'll put the light reactive stuff in there and, some of that. And it'll be a fun book, man. That art book, I'll be able to. 60 pages may not be enough for that book when I'm done with it. But I can always do another book sometime. Okay. I wanted a good reference for Dirty Joe, didn't I? I don't know if I'm going to do another one or not. I've already got this round, though, blacked out. So I thought but now I had to do that. I had to actually paint that on. So may say that I can get messy, and I'm not really wearing my painting pants with right now. I'm wearing my shorts. Could put it in there, but I need to do that in gel pen probably. 10 years of blog. That's something I did for Gable Penny Shot. 10 years of blog. That'll be printed in the art book. As with this and a lot of other head sketches that were produced. I mean, how cool is that? You're getting original artwork and it's been printed in a book, So I would think, of course, you don't know what you're going to get, but most of these head sketches will be printed in that book. If we get some late backers, they may not be printed, the new work. But other than that, up to the time of printing, working on dark. I may just go full acrylic with this. I don't know. Kind of, it's easy to ink that black, but then I've got to figure out what I want to do. Which I figure, white character on there like Dirty Joe. He's ghost like, wraith like, but I don't know. I'd almost be better to just draw him in and but I'm always I did a lot of Bristol board that way too, just totally darked out. So sometime I'm wanting to do, maybe an underwater story where there is no light, only bioluminescence or what light you take with you. It's a penny. What is that? That's a dime. That's a silver dime that I found. What year? Actually, this is a pretty neat thing I have. Forget what you call it, but so you can. There we go. Look through that and have measurements down there. something. So I can look at this silver dime and magnify it to a degree where I can, and it's not a very clean, it's tarnished silver. So seeing the date on this is not that great, especially with this lighting, which is not the greatest. And I may not be able to do it. Although it does magnify it to a high degree. If I catch the light right, that's the thing about it. Catching the light right. Because this is really dirty. 1956. So 1956 dime here. And on the back, it's a little bit, I guess maybe something was, you can really see the silver. But has a different sound. Has a different sound than, a modern dime. Guarantee you. Silver has a different sound to it when you drop it. Yeah. So that's some of the. I've got a couple silver quarters too. That's about it. When I was robbed, and my place was robbed, uh, it needs dusting off. It's dirty. Um, they stole my silver coins. Here, here's some multicolored color pencils. Color pencils, if they're hard though, man, they take so much time to do. I did one piece that took me hours and hours, maybe 6 hours. And it was just layering, because you go over it and go, okay, it's not dark enough. I have to go over it again. Not dark enough. And then just keep going over the same thing again. It gets monotonous. I don't like that. It's why I rarely work in color pencils. But now if you get a softer, I could see where that would be fun, or a soft watercolor even, where you could add water and do some stuff with that. Beast, the beast, the beast bobblehead. How cool is that? That's cool. He's my favorite character. My phone keeps going ding ding, like it was down to 2%. I think maybe something's trying to come through. I don't know. Download. It's on the charger now, so I don't know why it's ding 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 ding. I woke up to that and I was like, oh, better check the phone. There was nothing new on it, no new calls or a message or anything, or something to try and download. I don't think, but it was down to 2%. I was like, whoop. If I don't want it totally dead, it's giving me a warning. I better put it on the charger. And it's been dinging for hours now in the background. You might not be able to pick it up, but it has been just ding ding, and then maybe a minute later, ding ding again, just again and again and again. It's like, what the hell? At some time, I want to color this, which was, I picked up before Halloween, Frankenstein. It's a balsa wood or something like that, with the graphics printed on it, 3D a little bit with the cutout. Color that. I'll make a video where I'm coloring this or something at some point. Got a few others of these different, things that came out around the same time. Here's a new item. I forgot altogether. Yeah. Coasters. Coasters. Okay. I'm doing coasters in the big bundle. Cy Marco Club. I got to figure out a club and a logo, but we can do coasters. Why wait? I'm doing it. It's going in the big bundle. That's something else you'll get in the big bundle is a coaster. I just happened to see this over there and go, oh yeah, we could do that. Absolutely. Nice. You're gonna get some stuff on the big bundle. I'm trying to make that big bundle appealing. If I want your $300, I'm going to give you $300 worth of value. Now you tell me how I'm doing. Let me do a little read through here real quick. And I get it, $300 is a lot, but what are you getting for that? You're getting all four covers, a sketch cover, and then all four colors by John Dillard, by John Falandes, and by John Dillard doing the colors over Jimmy Reyes wraparound Virgin cover. 2 T-shirts, uh, Devil Flyer acrylic standee, a bog tapestry, light reactive, um, dark light reactive. Um, a 60-page Art of Devil Flyer book with a visual history of bog for 10 years, among other things. Fan artwork is probably going to be in there. You get a digital copy of of everything, extra stuff. You get the hardback artback book. You get the Momentum Comics binder with the exclusive inside. That's all I've said. But now you'll get a pog sheet with your pogs in there and your Geo Slammer. You'll get some stuff put in that binder before it's all over with, and that will have printed artwork on the binding, the front and back. I've already got the binders bought, and the pages that can go in there for you. I can put your trading cards in there because you'll be getting a trading card set. You'll be getting an exclusive bookmark, a bog bookmark that's done by me. Funko style bog metal card. You'll get a trading card set. Like I said, you'll get the Armor Flied magnet. That's the only way you can get that. A second a character head sketch, Abby the dog keychain, Devil Flyer and Cy Marco poker chip. And now I'm telling you right now, you'll get a coaster, a Cy Marco Club coaster as well, and a full page of ad space. Put anything on there as long as it's not lewd. I don't care what you put in there. On there.
Right.
But a full page of ad space. How much is that worth? $100 more? It depends on the publication, but
yeah,
that ain't cheap.
But considering that people who are buying your campaign are the prime demographic that's looking to buy more campaigns to invest in future properties,
yeah,
I would say that that's going to have a high degree of turnover.
If you're just a consumer and you don't have, but you're like, you know what, Tank Ferret's neon relevant, let's say it was funding right now, you could put that there. You could put Leviathan, Mike Barron's Leviathan ad in there. You could put Cyberfrog, whatever. I don't care. Full page ad. As long as it's not like lewd, nude or anything that changes don't want anything like that in it, Other than that, you can put whatever you want in there. And you could chop it up if you wanted to put several projects. You got a full page to work with.
Mm-hmm.
It's your ad space. You got a coming project that you want to work on. Like I know Dr. Mask is working on something. He could put an ad, be preemptive and put an ad like I did a couple years ago. Yeah. I was in 4 Alterna books, 4 or 5.
Oops. Speaking of which, have you talked to Comey?
Yes, he's going to have a full page ad in there. He's already got a full page ad in there. Yeah.
Good.
He and Red Valkyrie. Red Valkyrie's got the inside back cover.
Yeah, but have you talked to him about getting an ad in Edgepunk?
If we get some more backers with that ad, we'll probably have to go to 52 pages. So you're getting, more bang for your buck. Started off at 48 and you're getting 52. Now that some may be ads, but I felt like Red Valkyrie, since they launched me twice, which was not they launched me the first time, and I said, I'll give you a full page ad as a thank you for hosting my launch. And then they launched me another time. So recently, I think I'm getting my money's worth,
Yeah.
And they deserve it,
Yeah,
they were going to be the only ad in there, but I thought, how can I make this big bundle appealing to people? I'll give them a full page ad in the book to do whatever they want with. Who else is doing that? Peter Samedi, but you got to pay for it. And yeah, if you buy the big bundle,
and his ad space is inexpensive.
You're getting a lot of product for $300.
Yeah, no, and dude, and advertising in like Alterna, great idea. Why? Because people who, if you've got a comic book and you're advertising an Alterna, that's your market. You know,
Yeah.
that's your market. And then
Well, I look back on that, and I don't know that it helped that much because it's doing like the ash can, but that the ash can is still going up, and it's still got that. If they go to the key code in that Q code, it's still
mhm.
good. It'll take you to this. It'll take you to the campaign on Indiegogo, even to today, and that's like 2 or 3 years ago. Still
Yeah,
available
no,
on
and
Indiegogo and ready to ship out with two trading cards, two magnets, three bookmarks, and the book itself, which is 24 pages,
yeah,
17
and this
bucks
is
total.
and this is still rough, but um, this
Oh
is
yeah.
the work in progress for the cover for Apex Predator. The title's totally changed. Um,
Hmm.
I just forgot which one that is. That okay? There it is. But yeah, this is coming out in Edge Punk magazine number 3.
I know. Death Metal Hero Luke. He's doing something right now. I think I found your Crackoom or whatever your reference, but I can't remember what it was. I actually saw it. I don't know if you just came up with that in your imagination. I remember
Oh,
when you were drawing, or if you had
well,
some kind of inspiration for that. But I saw something very similar recently.
yeah, no, it's actually a nod to the Crack Pack. The Crack Pack is a bunch of consumers and creators that frequently back books,
Right.
and they love and they're I love it. They've got their pseudo vulgar humor, talking about how they love cock, creator owned comics, and
Hmm.
so I put that in there as a nod to them because they're a great force multiplier. They're out there, supporting all these creators and all these new endeavors and whatnot. And so I put that in as the sound
Not Darren
effect.
Wagner. He's on vacation for the next 2 weeks. So there.
Yeah, yeah. D-Wag's taking a well deserved and needed vacation. But yeah,
Absolutely.
this will be getting remastered actually. There are some visual changes and whatnot that
Hmm.
need to happen
Hmm.
to up the production value. And
I like the silhouetted character though in that last panel, and it just kind of carries over,
oh
through
yeah,
the
thank you.
binding, to the next page, to the first page. I like that.
I do. I call them my visual shortcuts for
Good,
people
good,
who
good
just
flow.
want.
Good flow. Yeah.
Thank you. I do a lot of visual shortcutting.
Hmm.
Um,
I like two
where
page spreads. I like to work 2 pages at a time.
oh, me too. And
Now,
that's
do you
something.
kind of count out the page numbers though, so that because you don't want to do like a page reveal and both are on the same page. You see what
Yeah,
I'm
no,
saying?
I
I,
do. Well, I first I come up with a script,
you got to work that
and
out ahead of time.
right then I thumbnail the script to see how that script's going to look on paper.
Hmm.
And often my scripts are too condensed for how the action will actually play out on paper. Um, but I honestly I can't wait to get to working on this one. I've got Takomi as my visual editor on this, with King Leak uh, providing additional guidance. And the script was already previously edited by Laura Gray. So,
I've actually contributed to Tokamai's first issue. I don't know if you knew that.
oh, awesome. Yeah, dude, I had a very, very
Scarlet
long.
Fever in the house. Hello, Scarlet.
Hey,
Good
Scarlett, what's
morning.
up?
I have to
Yeah,
do
no,
this to give Omer Glitz credit. New music that can be monetized. Uh,
awesome.
because I was playing my trailers and I've submitted application to be monetized, and yeah, the music was striking, even though it was supposed to be public domain. My own trailer was striking down everything that I did that I played it on.
Yep,
So,
and then you got to go in, you got to edit that out, and
but
all this other
Omer
stuff, and
did
no
this
fun.
for me. So new sound.
All right, let's give it a go.
Sort of a cinematic feel to it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
He
Yeah.
put his name in the credits there right by your name.
Good job.
My only criticism is it just cuts off. It doesn't trail off or anything. It just cuts off at the end.
Yeah, it needs a crescendo or a trail. One of the
Yeah,
two.
yeah, yeah. But what do you want for
But
free?
dude,
I want a
I like
redo
it.
glitch. Get on it.
I absolutely love it.
Yeah, first look at that. Well, not quite first look, but almost. Yeah. So
Close enough.
close enough. Yeah. So big news, added to the big bundle yet again, a binder with full artwork on the front, the binding, and the back, added to the big bundle with freebie stuff in there. Now I got something to put the pog sheets in because I've got vintage pog sheets, unused.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get them anymore. I don't even think you can buy those things anymore. But you will get
I
a
don't know.
pog sheet when you purchase the big bundle to put your pogs in, which I am producing.
Heck
And
yeah.
and also added, or will be added, just as soon as I get off of here. It's a no-brainer. A Cy Marco designed coaster
Mm.
to go with your poker chip. Your Cy
Yes.
Marco and Devil Flyer poker chip from the club. And the
There
club
you
is not
go.
featured in this first story. So, second story, I'm going to have to work in a club for Cy Marco. That only makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
No,
this is
with
what
you.
I worked on tonight, or finished up. I started over there on Apex After Dark, and a little impromptu stream here to finish this up. Turned out fairly nice, I think. Might have ruined it. You don't
I
grow if
love
you
it.
don't take any chances, and I do like
That's
that.
right. Well, like I was telling, was it Anthony Harris? Anthony M. Harris on X. He was saying like, "Hey, there's this contest, and I'm curious as whether or not I should enter it, writer." And I was like, "Bruh, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Do it.
Well,
You got to do it."
look, sometimes you do. Sometimes it don't work out. You're like, and
Yep.
yeah, it'd be nice.
But
And
my
I'll
argument
either get
was
this
is
scanner
that
or I'll get a new scanner. We're going to level up this year, Tank. I'm going to
heck
get an
yeah,
overhead thing. Although a lot of the stuff I'm used to kind of holding, because she's
mm-hmm.
usually in my lap and I'll work on the head sketches while she's in my lap the whole time. That's the
Right.
way I did like that Dead Ninja drawing or that that Sargasso. She was in my lap when I did that in the recliner years ago. Some of the which is now shown on the campaign, by the way. And I got a colorist very early on before I even when I was still thinking of just doing the Devil Flyer book. I said it needed more, and I started adding backup stories to it, and it began to grow and grow and grow, and the vision began to grow. And I had time in the meantime anyway, because he was still working on the artwork, he was still working on the inking, he was still working on the lettering. Took like a year and a
Right.
month to finish everything. And at that same time, he did like a cover, he did a trading card, he did advertising artwork and all kinds of stuff. So
That's
You know,
fantastic.
I- and he's definitely a guy he's gonna be amazed because I'm gonna give him one of everything, just like Eric and Boyd, and he's gonna
Awesome.
go, wow, you know, he did, because I didn't pay him, he did that pro bono, and it's like this is your payment.
I
You
love
get
it.
all the books, all the tchotchkes, everything. Original artwork
Yeah.
by me. I think I gave him a original piece not too long ago. Actually, I actually caught him at Audi the other day and shook his hand and said hi. And
But
because
Rex,
he only lives a couple blocks away, but I've been busy. Say what?
I would Rex, I would absolutely talk to Comey about an ad of Devil Flyer in the next edge. I mean, not this edge. The deadline's passed for the current
Yeah,
issue
yeah.
number 2 of Edge Punk, but issue number 3 because, dude, it is.
Do you know
This
when
is
that one
hype.
will be? Because I know he was hung up on two because the stuff hadn't come from China,
Yeah. No, that stuff is.
and that's
It's all squared away now.
distribution
And
still screwed up. I know it.
yeah,
I can see it at my local grocery store.
yep,
There are shortages of some things at times.
yep.
I notice it.
Well, this is what people get for
Distribution still
relying on
screwed up.
globalism.
Thank you, Biden, among
Hmm.
others. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the longshoremen are in a full on white mutiny. Um, that they're very unhappy. I mean, they had terrible working conditions,
Yeah.
grotesque hours,
And
and
nobody gives
when
them a second thought. And they're
yeah,
some of the
and
hardest
when
workers on the planet.
yeah, and when the big ports refused to negotiate, they were just basically it's our way or the highway. The longshoremen said no, and Biden came in and intervened on the side of global tyranny.
Yeah. They
And
didn't care
those
who they
guys,
crushed or who was hurt, who was ruined. They didn't care.
yeah,
All the
no,
better for
and
their.
then the media, yeah, and the media goes and paints them out like, oh, these people being greedy, and it's like, yeah, how dare they, want to provide for their families and actually receive a fair wage,
Mhm.
for their services rendered. I mean, those monsters.
I'm not. I've heard that we've attacked some Somali pirates or whatever, Iraq or. I mean, I haven't been
No,
keeping
Yemeni,
up.
yeah, the Houthi rebels.
Yeah, in Yemen, I haven't been. Yeah, we need to put that stuff down, and I think that's the agenda right now. We put it down. We put it down quick,
Hmm.
and make an example for everybody else not to screw with us, and that's a good deterrent, against other attacks.
Yeah,
Whether you think nine
don't.
eleven was an inside job or what, which I think there is more to that than meets the
Yeah,
eye
no,
for
I think the
sure. But
lesson is don't touch the boats.
yeah, and
Don't
that's
touch
been going
American
on.
boats.
That's been going on since the third president.
Yep, that is
Since Thomas
absolutely true.
Jefferson. Yeah, that was the
That's why
first
the.
terrorist intervention that we had to do, and it was the
Hmm.
same old pirates, you know, and the same old
Well, no,
everything.
no, these are those are different parts, a different
Well,
coast.
okay, but I mean, it was off.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was off of the west of
Barbary
Africa.
Coast. Yeah,
Yeah, hmm my bad. I misspoke.
yeah. No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, while we're sitting here,
Um,
I am going to add the Cy Marco to the campaign. The Cy Marco
all right. Heck yeah.
coaster to the big bundle. Just
Heck
to
yeah.
mention, and once I get it designed, I'll put it up on the campaign. There'll be some other stuff like the binder. You're going to want to see what the binder looks like. I don't have it designed out yet, but you'll be getting that with the big bundle now with a lot of other stuff in it. So let's see. I
No,
guess I'll put that
see,
around
Rex.
there.
This is exactly the stuff that why the digital bullpen exists, is so that we can be out here getting some work done and be interacting with folks so they could see, like, hey, look, these people actually work. Um, and it's funny because um, I'm at times I'm a bit of a pariah because I don't get involved with the internet drama. Like honestly, I don't think it's all that important.
Right.
Um, I just don't. And I have
It's more
good
deconstructive than constructive.
right, and I have good working relationships with people all over the place. Right.
Hmm.
Um, I get along. I get along
Added to the
fine
campaign.
with Ethan. We've never had any major issues except for like a little bit
I
back in the
don't
day, but it
trash
wasn't
talk
even
him. I
major.
don't I don't keep up with what they do. So
No,
they've
it's
never
not worth
stepped
it.
on my toes. So
No,
I don't
look,
say,
here's the
I keep
thing.
my thoughts about every person
Right.
private.
Right. Well,
You
I mean,
should,
here's the
I
thing.
think.
Here's the reality: is that Ethan and Dan both are good people.
Asking for trouble.
Malin, he's actually a good guy. He's just about as cuddly as sandpaper.
Hmm.
Um,
Who's this, Ethan?
no, well, no, Ethan's much more cuddly than
Who's
Malin.
sandpaper?
Malin, he is
Oh,
cuddly as
John Malin.
sandpaper.
Yeah, yeah, I can
Yeah,
see
yeah,
it.
he's as cuddly. But then again, like we're here to do business and stuff. This is not. It's not about cuddles and hugs and whatnot, and whatnot. Now, did did the stuff with Ali Sanguis go too far? Yeah, in
I
all
don't know because
regards,
I didn't keep up with
all
it.
around. Oh no,
You
I've
know,
been.
but I've had my own differences with Allie, and I wish her only the
Yeah,
best. But yeah,
yeah.
we didn't see. I just called her out for what I felt like she's talking about. You know, she's just mixed up in her thinking. I think, but now
Well,
she
I got
thinks the
some
same
insight
thing.
into that. I got some insight into that, and I was like, okay,
Right.
I'm tracking. I'm tracking.
Yeah.
I do wish her the best. Now, granted, I'm not gonna do my business in that direction because
If you wag your tongue, you're gonna become a target.
yeah,
You have
and
freedom of
here's
speech,
a
but you better know when to speak and when not to speak. This is the way I
right,
look
and here's the thing: is that if Allie just buckled down and focused on her work,
at it. Hmm.
it would be fantastic. She's actually really talented. She's very skilled.
Right.
But I mean, holy moly, the her
For
checkbook
her
ain't as big as
age,
she thinks it
she's
is.
immature.
Yeah,
Sorry. Love you,
yeah. No,
Allie. You
no.
don't love
That's
me,
a
but I
fair
love you.
assessment. No, dude. See, that's a fair
And you'll
assessment.
learn.
And
You'll learn throughout time. When you hit the
yeah,
wall, when you're not this beauty anymore and you're a magnet because you're a female on the internet, when you hit the wall and you get a little bit older, hopefully you
yeah,
get a little wisdom about you, then you won't, you'll probably be gone by then because the luster will be off the penny at that point, and it won't appeal to you like it used to. But as you're getting the accolades, hey, I'm beautiful, whatever.
yeah. No,
Look, man, they play it, and I don't blame them. If I was female, you know, I'd
and
play
had
it too.
the power of youth.
Yeah, the power of youth. Yeah, but I just got tired of her ageism pointing at me, pointing at Doc too.
Yeah,
But and she thought Doc was me, which was funny for a while. And she said, "I'm not Rex." And then he actually got a sub from her after that. But yeah, she'll never like me again because I said, "Why are you doing what you accused the woke crowd of doing and what the Nazis were doing in World War II?" And
yeah,
compared to Adolf Hitler and what the Nazis were doing, and she was doing that, and she didn't like that debate, so she pounced out, and I've never heard from her again, pretty much. So
yeah.
I'll never be a friend, but I was never her friend in her mind. She was
I
always
mean,
downing me, and I got tired of it. I said, "Man, you are an ageist, big time. I don't know what problem you got with me, but I've been nothing but nice." And even today,
yeah,
if I see her in a chat, "Hey, Allie," do I get a hey back? No, but
of
I
course
always
not. No, no.
extend the olive leaf, you know. And she's
Yeah,
been nothing but horrid to me the whole freaking
yeah,
time. But that's fine. You don't retaliate and returning kind. That does you no good. Be the bigger
Yeah.
person. Love on them. They need it. She's got problems. I got
Yeah.
problems. We all got problems. It's called the human condition. Can't we just
What?
love on
Being
each other? Why we
human?
got to diss everybody all the time?
Right.
That I
No,
don't get.
I'm with you. I'm with you on
I
that.
never experienced prejudice for me just being me and being aged, an aged person, older,
Mm-hmm.
older than that person. Then when I come on the internet and all of a sudden, oh, you're old and I'm going to treat you differently.
Right.
Now, it's bad enough the woke crowd is out there calling me a Nazi because I'm white, heterosexual male, clinging to my gods and guns.
How dare you?
And I don't even have a gun. Or do I?
Hey, that's right. Never let them know what you have.
Never let them know. That's right. Always
Or
keep
as
it
Tactical Turtleneck put so
show up
eloquently
and
one
find
day,
out.
be the
Send you to hell in
person,
a shutter.
uh, you know, be the person that the ATF wants you to be. And I was like, yep, I have no weapons and I am super nice.
Right.
I am
And
completely complacent.
you cannot come into my, I will not step outside my castle and you
Yep.
cannot come in.
Dude, I
This
am
is
very
my,
happy I live in a state that recognizes castle doctrine.
I don't know if Arkansas does or not. I probably need to
Arkansas,
find that
well,
out.
yeah, no, I believe
If I had a
Arkansas
friend called Tank
does.
Ferret, it'd be very easy probably to find out.
Yep. Give me a
Yeah.
second here. So here's
Thank
where I'm
you.
at on this. It's starting to come together.
Yeah.
You know, the Tail End Studios in Bionic Bra has had a lot of very illustrative promotional art, and
I'm
that's
kind
what
of
this is
getting a
for.
G.I. Joe vibe to this, you know?
Right? I was
Yeah.
kind of going for that a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, this is all I had to go back and forth and change some stuff here and there from time to time because I got to make sure that the
Characters that are all
designs stay on
black are
brand.
hard to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, these characters aren't all black, but the lighting is
Yeah.
very dramatic,
Right. And
right? The
but you
bad
know what?
guy.
It seems like most of the characters I've created in the last 2 years, I don't know what it is. Like Midnight, she's in an all black outfit, like
Mm-hmm.
Zorro. It
Let's
was
see here.
only George Peter Gaddis that put her in another colored outfit and changed it up somewhat, you know.
Let's see here. Um,
Hey, I got a name for this character, Pimp Daddy, because that's a
Arkansas
pimping
is
hat.
Castle Doctrine.
That's a pimple hat. That's a pimple. No, that's not a pimple. That's a pimp hat. Yeah,
Yep.
almost.
Arkansas is Castle Doctrine.
Okay, and tell
Uh,
people what castle doctrine is if they don't know.
that means that your home is your castle. That is your property. That unless the government shows up with a viable and legal warrant, um, you cannot you can deny them entry, and anybody who steps foot on your property is without your permission. Like if you invited them, that's a
It's
different story.
trespassing.
But if they are trespassing,
Mm-hmm.
their life is at risk. You
And if
are
they ask
authorized.
you to step out to talk to them, don't do it.
No, you don't
Stay
have
in
to
your
do it.
house.
Yeah. Now my state is a stand your ground state.
Okay,
So,
you want to explain that?
um, yeah, that means that if I am confronted with danger, I have the right to not retreat and to deal with them as I see fit.
But now if you kill, yeah, as you see fit. But now there are limits on that. Your life,
Yeah,
you have to prove that your life, if you kill someone, that your life was in danger totally, that there was no other options, and you felt like so threatened that you had to dispatch that person. Correct?
I mean, yeah, your life, limb, or eyesight have to be in danger. I mean, that is one of the big like
Eyesight.
legal.
Wow, eyesight.
Yeah, So if a person's trying to gouge out your eyes,
or like maybe throw acid.
yeah.
Yeah. So,
Assaulting somebody with pepper spray, because pepper spray can cause blindness. Like,
yeah.
you can respond and be like, look, and you hire a lawyer, because you will go to court, you will be arrested, you will go to jail, because that is how
You will
things
be
work in this day and
fingerprinted,
age.
and it will be a matter of record from then on. I hate that part of it, Tank, that
Oh,
they,
me too.
even though you go to court, you're found innocent, they still have a record as if you're a
Mm-hmm.
criminal.
Yep.
I hate that part. You're treated
And that's
as a
because
chemical,
yeah,
as a
a
criminal,
criminal.
and you're still on record, even though you were found not guilty.
Yeah.
I hate that part.
Um,
You did nothing wrong, but now they have a record of it. I hate that part.
yeah, and that's what they do.
That should be expunged from your record, I think. Don't know.
And I absolutely,
as if they don't have your
agree.
fingerprints already. Come on.
I mean, well, come on now. I mean, I have been arrested, but only once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, only once. I've only been arrested once.
Yeah.
I know there's plenty of people.
I was arrested but not charged.
Supplied.
I was put in jail but not charged.
Yeah, I was arrested. I was charged.
Because we were smart.
I got my case dismissed. I had the case dismissed.
Yeah. You know what was neat is when they put me in the jail, they had an informer in there, like a homeless guy.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, there was
they put somebody in there just to trick you, to get you to talk, and
you know,
I saw through that, even though I was very young. You know, it's like, I don't know you. What the hell? Get away from me.
Come on, man. You could tell me. I'm totally on your side.
Right.
Yeah, right. And politicians aren't corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
And the Easter Bunny is real. What else you got? Get out of here. That nonsense.
Now, I was doing some gray tone pieces before I went to color. Then here's one of those that'll be in the visual history with just a little bit of color outlining there, green outlining for just effect, a little hint that he's the swamp, type. I went with the more skull-like Swamp Thing nose on that version.
Now, Westerns, interesting thing, because I just had something come across in my alerts.
What's interesting? Westerns?
Westerns.
Or what?
Westerns are doing really decently.
They be popping.
I've seen it researching. Yeah.
They seem to be. And I came up with Midnight a couple years ago, or a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years now, before this was happening. So I'm kind of glad I've gotten it developing, even though it's not slated to come out for a while. At least they've got the ball rolling, Yeah. And the light.
Yeah, no, because like, dude, for real, was it well, I gotta go look at it real quick.
Ooh, I could design out the side mark.
Tom Tuttle's
poster.
Mark Waheed, Tom Tuttle's 7 Amens Before Sundown.
Mm-hmm.
Like, dude, that's popping. Brian Kriskow's 6 Gun Gorilla.
Yeah. And some of those Westerns, the Wild West, like your Octopus Cowboy.
Yeah, dude.
That one that's a shrimp is Western, I think.
Yeah.
Named, Nothing deadly.
Yeah, no, and I love all of that stuff.
With a gun,
I love all that stuff. I mean, high concept Westerns are a lot of fun. Traditional Westerns.
But when you look at them, it's kind of a wild concept. So you kind of don't look at it as a Western. It's kind of tricks your mind, like Six Gun Gorilla. Yeah, it's a Western, but it's got sort of that
his
wild ideal for it,
Right. Yeah, that's the high concept. When you combine two things, a gorilla that's a gunslinger, high concept.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's a lot of fun. And whatnot. But that one actually is a good Western. Like it works. It's serious. It's not like, oh yeah, look at the monkey with the firearm. It's actually like a legit Western. And I really wish you'd come out with more of them and faster.
Well,
But
he's
I
been,
understand.
I think he's what, done 6 of them or something. And
Yeah,
that's a little known British public domain character. Didn't know
yeah,
that at first, but I interviewed him, and there's like 2 copies of the original Six Gun Gorilla in existence in the
oh
British
wow,
Brit museums. He's a public domain character. I'd like to do, a good character that I'm probably do within. I'll have to explore the lore on it, but a public
mm-hmm,
domain character that would work great because he was invented, came out in the Penny Dreadfuls or whatever in the
mm-hmm,
in the 19th century, the Old West, was
yeah,
Spring Hill Jack. He would be a
yeah,
great midnight character show up.
yeah,
Maybe, and she, in her storyline, she has been in England before. In fact, she's just returning from Cambridge, you know, from being
yeah,
out in school in the East, because that's where the expensive schools were back then. So it makes perfect sense.
mm-hmm,
I mean, this as much as I've got on midnight right now is, she's coming back. And so her outfit makes sense. I love how it just all interlocks and makes sense. Her, she's, of course, smart like Bruce Wayne, and her pom poms are like, uh, you pluck one off. It's sticky glue. One's an iron ball you can throw at somebody. One's just a pom pom that one of these storylines, she's going to pluck one of those off, and it's going to be normal and say, here's something to remember me by. But she's got like a flash grenade, a smoke bomb, and she designs all that herself, um,
yeah,
to get her out of scrapes or whatever. Um, but her whole outfit is like a coming home, her horse and everything, her saddle, all that is given to her by her parents as a coming home party. But she comes home, and they've been tortured and hung and shot. They've been killed.
yeah,
And they're, newspaper people, the Midnight
mm-hmm,
Chronicle. Her name is Brittany Midnight Summers or Summer, something
okay,
like that. Yeah. So her middle name is Midnight. So they named it after her daughter. They evidently ticked off the wrong person, and they had them killed to silence them, with their op-eds and whatever in the newspaper. And so she
hey, that's
immediately has a
interesting,
story arc, just like Batman. I had to avenge, but her outfit makes sense because her family gave it to her.
right,
The whip was supposed to be hers, but it was used on them to torture them. So it's all a reminder of why she does what she does. It makes sense.
right,
And there was 2 people involved. And then after that, she'll find out there was a third person that hired the other 2 guys that did it. So she has to go after them. So, and in the meantime, she'll run into other adventures and stuff while she's on the trail of the bad guys.
yeah, it's
One might go
fantastic.
down Mexico, one might go to St. Louis or New York. Who's the corrupt politician or whatever that hired them and ultimately did the deed? Who knows? She'll have to track all that down.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I'm digging it.
And along the way, like I said, she'll have other adventures and meet other people, and some of those can be you. You can become a permanent member of the Momentum universe. I will write a chapter, probably many, many chapters on your character within the Midnight and the Roustabouts pulp/comic book. It'll have a 16-page comic story in the middle of it. The chapter artwork will probably be done by Jay Kreger, probably with the Jay Kreger cover, painted cover. That ain't cheap, but it'll be awesome. Might even have a Russ Leach cover,
Oh, that
painted.
would be awesome.
Yeah. I've already got one with a gorilla. It's going to be like a escapist gorilla from the and Midnight is pulling up her horse there, and there's a rock in the background, and the gorilla's getting ready to pounce on her. And the horse is reacting, rearing, and she's on the horse. And that's the cover
fantastic.
ideal. Yeah. And I'm going to have Russ do that at some point. And it's going to have a painterly feel to it, because those pulps had mostly painted covers. It's going to have a real painted feel to it, But that's going to be a lot of writing, because those pulps generally ran about 150 pages, or sometimes more, sometimes less. But it'll be a lot of writing. But I finally figured out, Tank, one of those things that epiphanies that's like boink. I can write a lot quicker and put out more quicker than doing visuals, and still have it'll be a visual feast with the chapter artwork, the cover, and then for comic lovers like me as well, put in a 16-page preview like DC Comics used to do. With Arak, Son of Thunder, Blue Devil, New Teen Titans was done that way. Captain Carrot and the Zoo Crew were done that way. 16-page preview within comics in the middle. So we'll put a 16-page comic in the middle of of a midnight story and a roustabouts, whatever, in the middle. Ooh. I don't know what that'll entail, but maybe it'll be. I kind of would like to do her trip home in that, but I don't know chronologically how that'll do. But at some point, I'll show her leaving the East from Cambridge, whatever, her sailing, right? You had to take a ship back then, not an airplane. Some adventures can happen there. I mean, just her, things that happened at midnight. Maybe she was targeted for death too and avoided the death. She was never meant to be make it home. Take out the whole family. So, it's rich already. And I haven't even got started. And something that's going to make it even richer is if you spend $80. That's down from $175, to get drawn into the book.
All right, I'm going to take a break on this for a minute.
Ooh, yeah, that's looking dope. That's looking really good.
Thank you. Yeah, I just got to do a lot of heavy shading right here because I put the light source behind them. Because I was going to put, I haven't put the environment in yet. I was going to get these guys squared away and then start working on the environment behind them, which is it's going to be raining.
Can you bring up the midnight piece? Triptych.
Yeah, right here.
Show people. There you go. Look at that. Didn't even take a second. He added up.
Yeah. No, it's on my active roster.
Pew, pew, pew. There's some midnight.
And then I'm
gonna.
And
I got one for each of you.
Yep. And then there's one guy who's going to be the survivor. This guy over here in the corner.
And she's got her back turned to him. You'd think it'd be a no-brainer. I'll just drill him in the back, but he's so taken with her, it's like, hell no.
Yeah, no, and I'm
maybe put a wet spot in the middle of his crotch there.
Dude, he's going to be peeing his pants. He's going to be dropping his gun.
A little darker, on the jeans or whatever, the khaki canvas, whatever. I don't know if you're going to do it in color, but
No, this one's going to be like I'm going to this is going to be, but the pencils will be digital. And then I'm going to print this out on 3 11x17s. And then I'm going to ink that up. I'm also going to send you the file for the pencils. So that way, you could always have somebody else.
This is reminiscent of a panel from Devil Flyer where a security guard is getting shot in the shoulder. And, the bullets coming out the back.
Okay, yeah. I put her. All of her shots are going to be deadly lethal.
Yeah,
right. That's center mass. That's coming out right at the spine. This guy has been shot in the heart. This guy is going to have it coming out of his chest. This guy is going to have a blood spurt coming out of his head.
Even if you had modern medicine, these people aren't going to survive, more than likely.
Even if you had Star Trek medicine, these guys are toast.
They be dead, folks, before they hit the ground.
Dude, Dr. Crusher and Pulaski together couldn't save these souls.
You better get a counselor because you're on your way out.
That's right.
I think I would want to see the counselor. She was kind of a hottie, when she
Yeah,
come on the scene. I thought she was great, and she's got that. She's actually British, right?
yeah, I think
It
so.
some yeah. It was interesting to hear her with that accent. But some Aussies sound British. Some
Yeah,
of 'em. Now, don't take offense at that. If you're Aussie, you know,
they're like a
to
bloody
Americans,
comb.
it's all the same to us. We don't care. You don't
It's all.
exist. I think to most Americans, if it's not about America, we don't care. Leave us alone. Now we're very charitable. You have a disaster, we'll send aid. We'll be the first to send aid. You know, but I
Holy
really,
moly.
when I think it, the foreign countries, I don't think we care
Mhm.
that much as Americans. Maybe not enough.
I dig it.
Yeah, I don't know if you agree with that or not, but that's kind of how I view it. I know I don't care, but then there's a lot I don't care about. I'm old enough; I don't have to. Yes, Rex,
Yeah,
but you
no, I
should.
dig that, man.
You care about less and less. You haven't got time to, you know, as you get older. You'll learn. You'll get old enough.
But yeah,
You'll
that's why
get
I'm
old enough.
gonna like I'm gonna hand this out to folks.
None of us beats the beat of the clock, the time. Nobody. We're all leveling up at some point or another.
I love how the bullet casings on this were those were actually added just because it was kind of leaning into the meme of Prophet of the Stephen Platt era of him drawing the character that just be bullet case because the guy like had an insane level of detail. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
he did. Yeah, I've got some profit. I've actually got two profit number 25s, I think, with Stephen Platt cover 9.8 graded. Two of them.
Yeah. So for this
I'm
one,
old.
I kind of just like I was like, look, I mean
That's
that gun is
incredible.
110% fragga. I mean, let's be
I can't
real.
leave it alone, folks. I got to do a little bit more and add a little bit more shadow here. A little green.
There's a little fragga in here, a little Rob, a little
Mm-hmm.
Platt, a little Dan Panosian.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of everybody who's contributed to it. It really, and what's funny is that I was like, yeah, I'm not going to use any. Prophet's such a memorable character,
Yeah.
and his outfit varies, but it still keeps to design standards, right? That it's really hard to draw. It's really hard to not be able to like just whip up a Prophet. In my opinion, if you're familiar with the source material.
Yeah.
And dude, I hadn't seen anything Prophet related except for occasionally something on the internet in like 30 years, dude.
Fan artwork. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, like I occasionally saw something over the last 30 years, but no, not really. I enjoyed the first one, of course, because all me and my friends were like way into Stephen Platt back in the day. We're like,
Well, I mean, it's
oh,
amazing how, many copies and stuff of that stuff that sold back then, and yet they're almost like dead characters being unused.
yeah,
I know, uh, Rob Liefeld is bringing back young bloods, but other than that, and of course, Spawn, has continued, and
hmm
but the characters that didn't, like Supreme and others,
dude,
uh,
a lot of those were
New
robbed,
Men, I
man.
think was one. New Men, I really like that artist on that. He's still doing stuff, but these properties are kind of like dead, like the Valiant characters, somewhat.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, they got acquired and shelved
yep,
because they're dangerous.
yeah,
And they're
yeah,
dangerous to the mainstream
right.
because,
They bought them out, and a lot of it.
yeah, I mean, look at I always point at Milestone Comics, and everybody is crying about, oh, there's not enough black representation. I'm like, yeah, DC Comics bought it and they buried it.
Yep, and that's on them. And then when they brought it back, they started talking about Black Lives Matters and stuff like that, and nobody wants to read that crap.
Yeah, nobody wanted to read it. It's like, dude,
Yeah.
they just wanted a cool character.
I wanted to read it, but I opened it up. I had all 5 issues, number 1 issues. I said, why does DC have to release and be so hard on my pocketbook from the get-go and release all 5 in 1 month? They couldn't like stagger it, you know.
Nope. No,
But
it's
I said,
because they
okay,
want it to
I'm going to
fail.
gather up all 5 and I'm going to look at one. And I did. And it's like Black Lives Matter protesting. That's when they were all over the news. I didn't want to hear it on the news. And I certainly didn't want to read it in the comics. And later I was thinking, I made a good call with putting that back, which was a no brainer for me. But I don't want to read that in 20 years. It's going to be irrelevant.
Yeah.
I don't want to read it now, much less 20 years from now on a reread. Forget that, whether they're pro or against the protesters. I don't want that in my comics. It
Yeah, I
might
don't
be
care.
timely and part of the world, but I want escapism. If I want Black Lives Matter protesting and burning everything down, and they're anti-American protests, well funded by Soros and some others anyway.
Oh yeah.
Then I'll watch the news, but I don't want to see it. That's why I haven't had inward streaming TV for maybe 2 decades or longer. I don't know.
Yeah.
Am I out of touch? No, not much. I've not missed it. I'll probably live longer than you, that do watch it all the time and stress out over it. Okay. So I added some shadow down here.
Hey, I'll be right back,
I
Rex.
think I'm done.
What you got? Let me see.
Oh, I just added some light gray shadow for the little more definition down here, instead of just it being brown, and to give it, okay, this is shadow in the front, just another little trick that you can do.
Hey, Jonas.
Hey, Jonas. Trying out a cowgirl DM on X. Looking and trying out a cowgirl. Cool. Let me check your X if you sent me something. I don't know if you did or not. There we go. Yeah, we were just talking that, characters like Midnight and other Western characters are, very nice. Very nice. Dang, brother. Jonas, come on. I don't know if you did that from a photo or what, but very, very nice. Very, very nice work. Very nice work. That does not need inking at all. That's just good and raw pencils, or at least get it scanned before you do ink it. But that does not need inking at all, I don't think. Love the subtlety.
Oh, that's looking gorgeous.
That is, yeah.
No, I think ink would ruin it. Ink would ruin it.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, there's subtleties with pencils. There's a project I want to do. I want to do a comic with just all pencil work and no inking. Just raw pencils. I like the visceral, just raw pencils. The only thing with printing like a comic or anything is that you have to make sure the pencil line is dark enough to pick up and print. Other than that, go to town. Yeah, that's nice work, Jonas. Wow, that is you.
That's beautiful.
Oh my God, that's beautiful. That's good stuff. Love pencil. Good. Yeah. You keeps doing stuff like that, man. Shoo, man. It's good stuff.
All right, I'll be right back, Rex. I'm going to go stretch my body for a minute.
I wish I had a dime for every time he told me that. Silver dime.
Yeah, I know. Be rich. I know. Be rich.
Old man got to stretch it out. Here I am, older than any of them, and I'll ask, who needs to pee? Who needs to pay the coffee pass? Not me. I'm good for another 2 hours. I might be dancing by the end of it. Often I
got to go make a new pot of coffee.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm dry. But Anyway,
Well, I can hold down
still,
the fort while you go get yourself some more coffee, real quick.
nah, I don't need
Okay.
any more. It's getting
Okay.
light out. It's almost 7 a.m. in the morning. Good
It
morning,
is.
everyone. Um,
Good morning.
yeah, yeah. One of the stories I have in mind with Midnight will take place in probably the first story will be in Momentum Unleashed, uh, Future Visions, where it's in the future of the character. It'll be old lady Midnight, and she'll be traveling around Memorial Park with all the mesas, like I've depicted here. And an entity, one of the 43, will appear on the very edge of space and plummet and actually survive. I thought, how cool would it be if he comes down and wipes out one of these mesas? Just boom and debris and rocks and crimes out of the crater, with smoke bellowing out and stuff and dust. And how dramatic would that be, of an opener to a story? you know, Midnight goes to investigate, and all of a sudden she's got a superhero being that she has to deal with. How's she going to get out of that? I have no clue. That's as far as I've thought it. But it's a great opener for a story. A creature just magically appears in time, you know, from World War II back to, in this case, something, it's chaotic. Like I said, the momentum universe is like shattered glass, it's Pandora's box, figuratively speaking, has been opened up again, and it's chaotic. So, and it'll be set right, but it'll be a while, and there'll be after, like an earthquake hits, okay, and then an aftershock, and then some other little quakes and stuff. So things will eventually settle down, but it'll take a while. There'll be repercussions, and that's great storytelling. You know, that's good story art. Start with a disaster. You can jump in with a um, anywhere in a story you can jump in, and start telling the story. uh, and so I like to get you right into the story sometimes, just like with Devil Flyer. He's chained up and sinking, and then I don't want to deal with that. We just cut back to earlier that day, and then later. I love, even when I read Devil Flyer, I forget that he's chained up and sinking when you first see him. You know, that's something I saw in a Marvel team up or some Amazing Spider-Man or something with Spider-Man where he was chained up and sinking, I believe. I don't know what issue that is. I know of issues where that's happened more than once to Spidey. He's been around that long. But, I remember as a kid opening that up and going, wow. I was immediately in that. And then you forget about that moment. And 16 pages later, it's happening. And you're going, oh, yeah, he was chained up and thrown into the water. This was leading somewhere. But you totally forgot about the first page by then because so much has happened in the story since then, and you're tracking with it. Uh, and you I love that element that you revisit that moment, that very first moment when you opened up that cover. I love that. It's great storytelling. Gets you right into the story. You go, ooh, he's already in danger. Very cool. And that's just the Devil Flyer story. You know, the other stories that is subsequently put in there in the back of it. You know, by the time I finish with it, it'll have an epic feel. I hope. You know, and give you a broad, you know, overview of the momentum universe. And things are progressing very, very nice, and things are actually getting easier to develop, and right because I'm laying a good foundation. I think it'll just get easier and easier. Once we get these characters established and who they are, I think you'll just see it grow and grow and grow. You know, at first it's all kind of strange and new, and there's a great element to that. That's a great time period, but you can't stay there forever. You gotta grow and just keep leveling up. Up in the stakes. Can't wait to. I mean, I already have a lot of this planned out for the whole story arc. like I say, how, and I've thought about, okay, after I get this story arc done, they saved the world or whatever. Have they? How can I level up? Tell his origin. So for 6 issues, he's going to remain a man of mystery till you get to that seventh story. And a
I'm
lot of
digging
it
it.
will be, a lot of that story will be told. And it slingshots and touches on a 2-page spread that's in this issue. A lot of it circles back. In issue 6, you'll go, wow, that's what caused everything. And that was alluded to in issue 0 because I couldn't fit it in this one. That's sad. And that's in the Sea Demon story. And that's spoilers. But you only
Oh,
get
it's
half.
a reveal.
It's a reveal. So, yeah.
Nothing's been spoiled.
I asked him that question. I really didn't get a good answer to it. How much do you reveal as a new creator to your story?
Right.
I guess as much as you have to without just total spoilers. You want to keep certain page reveals or something secret. That's fine. But overall, you pretty much have to tell people where you're going with something, especially since I've got such a broad palette, and so many characters to deal with. And a lot of people were like, how are you going to do all this, Rex? Well, now they're kind of seeing it together. You can kind of look at my campaign and see it kind of coalescing.
Right.
And seeing the different characters that'll be popping up and stuff. And I all along I've not had all the answers. I didn't have all the answers 3 years ago, and I still don't have all the answers. But I have a better grasp on it. That's why I'm glad that I wanted to develop Midnight, and then once I put some thought to it, it's like she kind of all fell in place, and now I can kind of tell you about her story arc. Hopper. I gave Hopper. I said, man, it's been staring me right in the face with this name, Hopper. And I was like, he needs this power, the superpower. And I'm not going to tell you what that superpower is, but it's going to make sense. Hopper is a clue.
Right. Buy my book.
Buy my book. Find out. Right. He's going to be a cool character. Now, I don't know if I'm going to fit him in the second Sea Demon story or if I'm going to save him for something else and introduce him in a different way. I don't know. I've been thinking about a Lady Hopper story, though, in Momentum Unleashed Future Visions, a 5th story. Right now, I have slated to do a Shadow's Kiss, which is kind of like my whispered ninja type girl character.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be told in the recent future. An Old Lady Midnight story, which will feature young Midnight in it as well. In the story, Old Lady and Young Midnight, but basically it's an Lady Midnight story. Death of Silver Boa, told in 1959, not our future, but the future of the character. And the story that really takes a quantum leap into the future, 250 years in the future. That's going to be a killer ass story. Can't wait to do it. And I look at that as the main story I want to tell, and start the book off with the banger, with the Planet of the Apes twist and the Twilight Zone twist to the end of it. I didn't see that coming. I love it. Can't wait to get to it. And I've got another book to do before I can even get to that book, and Devil Flyer Zero. And that's that. But that, I got to solve the money problem. Okay, so we'll do Art of John Buscema with Glenn Fleming and LZ Danley.
I think that's going to be the
go for the money.
I think that's really going to help get everything properly funded.
I do too. Yeah, that's the reason I'm doing it, and the only reason I'm doing it. That, and I'm sitting on let's say my house burned down, that artwork's gone.
Yep.
Unless it's in the cloud somewhere, scanned. I want to share it with the world, and I think there'll be genuine interest in it, and I think it'll also perk up some people about Devil Flyer.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm doing with Momentum and my own characters. So if you're not
Pardon
on the
me.
bandwagon by now, you're missing it. Sorry, you just are. And maybe it's not interesting to you, but I'm doing horror, I'm doing sci-fi, I'm doing hero, I'm doing romance, I'm doing every genre, Western. Right now,
Yeah,
I'm just giving you touches. But it,
and you're
you
getting
know,
it out in quick order.
if it's been done in comics, we'll touch upon it and in something. I've got a gothic vampire story, sub story that's going to be running concurrent with the main story arc in Devil Flyer, because you have to have sub
Hmm.
stories, you know,
Right.
to help develop the story. And I'm doing it. I'm rolling these stories together into one. I mean, who's doing a countdown? Who's rolling? Who's starting out with 6 stories, going to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 till Devil Flyer is all one title, one
Right.
story? Who's doing that? Nobody. Me. I'm doing that. And that just didn't think itself up. It came after a long time of thinking about how I want to approach this and what's the best way. And it's going to be a fun
Hmm.
ride. And yeah, if I get some good funds on that Basema book, yeah, you're going to get more than one book a year.
Heck yeah.
We're going to be hiring some artists and we're going to be keeping some people busy, churning some stuff out. We're going to get the empire rolling.
Heck
And
yeah,
we
man.
might even at that point consider another. We'll have enough material for a second Basema book or a Jack Adler book or I've got enough material. I could do a book on Bill Black from AC Comics.
That would be great.
There's, there's no limit to what we can do. I've got
No.
items, and if I don't, certainly Elsie does, that deserve to be at least published in a book so that you can appreciate them. And some of this stuff needs to be in museums. And I do sell to 2 different comic book museums.
Nice.
People that actually buy from me and they donate to comic book museums. I've owned art. I've owned production artwork and stuff that have went into comic book museums.
That's fantastic.
Somewhere around here, I got the color guide, the color separation to the first appearance of Captain America in the Silver Age, Avengers #4. Who has that? One person,
Wow.
me.
That's a trip, dude.
Yeah. Not bragging. I'm just saying. Well, maybe a little bragging, but
Hey,
I'm
something
proud of
like
it.
that's okay. That's brag worthy.
And it was a gift to me. So he deserves all the credit. Elsie gave that to me years ago
Oh wow.
because he knew what an Avengers fan I was. That's what got me reading comics was Avengers.
Oh cool.
Now, what a friend. Everybody needs a friend like that. Tank, were you aware that he had a backpack that went to many different key concerts in the late 60s, early 70s, and are dated in that backpack under the flap? And
Oh
one of them was
wow.
Woodstock, and on the back of it is a Mr. Natural drawn and signed as they waited in line to get into Woodstock by Robert Crumb.
What?
And next
Dude.
time you're on with Elsie, you need to ask him to show you that, and
Yeah, no.
the Jack Kirby oil painting he has, which you've probably seen.
Now,
But
Robert Crumb is a huge reason why I I stopped pursuing a mainstream career, and in a good way,
mm-hmm.
like in a good way.
Yeah,
Um, and I wish I
to
had more
work for
closely
Marvel or
followed his.
DC or one of the big two.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and stopped. I actually stopped creating uh, uh, capes and tights. Honestly, I actually kind of got out of it. I mean, it took a couple of years for me to fully stop doing that, but and why I went into doing more, which was we're just doing stuff that was more true to what my real big interests were,
yeah,
right? And that's why I do like the science fiction-y stuff. I mean, that's really my favorite stuff.
Well, better than most, you've only got one life to live. And like, I hear creators will save that artwork for another campaign, this, that, and other. And it's like, hell no. I'm sorry. I'm putting all my eggs into this one basket. If you don't want the basket, you don't have to buy it. That's fine. But I may stroke out tomorrow.
Right?
You never know. I may not even complete this book. You're always running a risk. But if I don't, please somebody put together the scraps that I have and put it out. Uh, but I ain't going nowhere as far as I know. And I'm just going to plan for the future, and where it stops, who knows? You know, if I'm lucky, I've got another 30 years of doing this, if I'm lucky.
Heck yeah.
So I got to make the most of those 30 years, because 30 years goes by like that, folks. I'm
Mm-hmm.
speaking from experience because I've lived 30 years, double that nearly. If you count womb time, I have lived 60 years. So it goes
Yeah, I
by
just
quick. I was
yesterday
in
just
high school. I
celebrated.
was graduating high school. I was playing on the grade school. I can remember when I was 2 years old. Are you kidding?
Right.
I mean, it was yesterday to me. And all of
Mm-hmm.
a sudden, I'm at 60. And before you know it, I'll be at 90 if I'm lucky,
Yeah.
before I know it, you know? And hopefully still producing comics and entertainment for people. But maybe by that point, I'll be going like Matisse and delegating, you know?
Yeah.
And my artists
No, I
might
hope.
even be old by that time. Might have to
Well, I
find
mean,
some fresh blood, some upstarts that think they know how to do comics by that point.
right.
The Giants and the Titans have mostly tied off. There's very few left. But that doesn't
Yeah.
mean that there's not new and upcoming artists that are stellar. They are out there.
Oh, yeah. No, they're definitely out there.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, I feel like a lot of them get caught up in politics. And I
Yeah.
don't mean like national politics. I'm talking industry politics.
Yeah.
And they get swallowed up, and they're out of the game before they were ever really in.
Yeah. Or they don't want to work with you because of your political view.
But I'm not even talking like
Yeah.
politics. I'm talking
Right.
like
Right.
just the
Within the, yeah.
silly stuff that people think is important in making entertainment. And I think it is largely. I think it's largely stupid.
Hmm.
Um, because honestly, like, what is going to matter in the medium run? In the medium run, okay, yeah, maybe. In the short run, yeah, you can do your little
I got one
games,
drum beat drumming in my head,
right?
maybe two, to do my show daily, which I have to kind of cluster my life around, every day, or it wouldn't be possible. Uh, but it's make good comics.
Yep.
That's all I've wanted to do all my life, pretty much, since for 50 years now. And I've world build, and it was like, oh, crowdfunding. Oh, there's distribution right there. I've done very similar stuff on eBay for 20 years nearly. So
Mm-hmm.
directly to, yeah, okay. And I hadn't built up my audience, and hence demand would have been dismal. And I waited 3 years or so, 2.5, whatever, to launch it.
Right.
I pivoted. I gave you part of it in a ash can. I pivoted my
Mm-hmm.
design, my plans from just straight out releasing Devil Flyer. The timing wasn't right. And now maybe it's past due, because it's been over 3 years, way over 2 years. They say build your
Right.
channel for 2 years. Build your channel, just keep building. There is no limit on it. I mean, 3 years,
Yeah.
I'm just now hitting 500 subs, over 500 subs. But I never tickle the algorithm. I do everything live. You know,
Yeah,
only
YouTube
did
doesn't like
recently
that.
Homer Glitch did me some shorts, and those are doing fairly well. My character Bog is 47 views, my character Midnight 35 views, and my character Devil Flyer, this shows me some interest in that, and it is my namesake, 101 views,
There
blowing
you
out
go.
the others by large. You know, but you don't really know who Bog is, you don't know who Devil Flyer is, and you don't know, and you won't know a lot even after you get this first book. You'll know more than what you
Right.
did, and I think you'll enjoy it, and you'll come back for more. But there's still a lot of development needs to come. And I'll be developing these characters in different timelines, and you'll see older versions, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can pick the story up wherever you want. And all the stories that I'm telling are told slightly in the past anyway, and will be leading up to the present. And so for the climax, that will be present time. You'll be hitting
There you go.
present time in the momentum universe at that point. So I'm not starting at ground zero. I'm not starting telling stories at present time. All the stories are told slightly in the past, and we're leading up to the present and subsequently the future. You know, the crescendo, the climax of the story arc. And then we're going on to give you more an in-depth look. You know, how can I top that? His origin story in issue 7. And
There you
really the
go.
conclusion of the story arc. And then, you know, by then, Devil Flyer has been the only story, the singular story in in the book for 2
Right.
issues. So then we can continue with. Then we'll know, should we continue and have an 8th issue, a ninth, a 10th? Is there demand for it? We'll
Mm-hmm.
know by then. We'll have enough to put in a trade paperback.
Yeah.
You know, 6 issues, more than that, really, with the prequel and the 0 issue. We could do a thicker trade paperback and can put it all in one book then if there's demand for it. I'd
Yeah.
like it in one book. It's going to tell an epic story. By then, we'll have spinoffs
Well, yeah,
because
that's why.
Momentum Unleashed will be an ongoing title, just like Devil Flyer. And the
Nice.
premise will be stories told in the future. Sometimes way in the future, 250 years, sometimes in the character's future, which is our past. So I can
Mm-hmm.
still tell past stories. It'll just be in the character's future. An
Right.
older Silver Bow or an older Midnight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
I'm
not
tracking.
restricting myself to timelines, linear thinking. I'm telling I think I can develop Midnight much quicker by telling her as a young person and as an older person. Her in 2 timelines. Who else is doing that? Marvel does it. So it's not an original idea, but they don't do it all the time. But, you know, to
No.
get stuff developed more quickly, you got to think out the box.
Yep.
And and it'll make sense. It won't be all fractured. That's because the momentum universe is fractured. It won't be so disjointed and out of sync that you won't be able to track it. I
Right.
promise you. You'll be able to track it, but it'll be fun along the way. You know, it's fun to tell a story where you can see Bog 250 years in the future.
Yeah.
It's fun to show you Dirty Joe 250 years in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Or bystander. Bystander will look the same. I don't even think he'll have graying on the temples. Or to
Okay.
introduce you to new characters that was born 250 years in the future. The 43 are going to be some of the villains. The 43 villains are going to be introduced. Your first look at them is going to be 250 years in the future and in the past in that midnight story.
Okay.
I think you were gone because that old lady midnight story, which will feature young and old, flashbacks to the young. So you get to see both. Uh, the 43, a transporter accident gone wrong. That really does work and endue them with superpowers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not all of them survive. There's only 43 out of about 100 volunteers, or maybe more. I haven't settled on a number yet that survive. I've got a
Yeah.
character called Gemini that I may merge two of them together because it is a transporter accident and some of the results are horrid. These are scary, propagandized Nazis
Right.
already. So they're ideologues that are very scary people to begin with, but they've been given individual shots and treatments, and that's why they develop different powers when they are supercharged and it works. But it appears to the Nazis it was a failure because it appears they disappear. They think they've been disintegrated, so they abandoned
Right.
it. It actually worked, but it sent them through time and space, and on occasion it sends them into the past. And that's what happens in the Midnight Story in the Momentum Unlimited. He appears on the very edge of space of the atmosphere, plummets, and comes down in Monument Valley, which Midnight happens to be traveling through at that point in the Old West. And he
Right.
comes down on a mesa and destroys it, just like a
Yeah, that
flying
seems kind of cool.
meteor. What a great way to open up a story. Plummeting
Mm-hmm.
figure from space coming down, very cosmic feel, coming down on a rock mesa and totally decimating it.
Yeah.
And it's becoming a crater at that point with all the smoke and debris flying about and dust. And crawling out of the crater is, I don't know, buy my book and find out.
That's right.
When I get it out, Can't wait to get to my Momentum Future Visions. I have one story that's slightly told into the past, which is the Shadow Kiss story, and she'll be in Italy, and that's got something to do with one of the sub stories, and that's all I'll say
Right.
because I don't want to spoil the surprise. I got surprises and Easter eggs galore coming, you know. And more coming because I haven't thought them up yet, but I will. I'm really a mad genius. Why would I bite off more than I could chew? And I think Timothy Olsen scratches his head bald because he can't figure out what I'm trying to do. He's like, do you ever regret ever really, taking on so much? And it's like, no, I'm having the fun of my life. Are you kidding?
Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah.
I'm having a good
Well.
time thinking all this stuff up. This is the comics I want to read that I
Right.
never got, that Marvel or DC never even gave me. I'm
Yeah.
ratcheting it up and making it even more epic, you know? And I
No, I'm
figured out a way
tracking.
to tell a story in any genre I want. I've had to figure all this out.
Yep.
It's taken me years to do it. And more recent time because I was just kind of like creating characters and world building. I wasn't thinking about storylines and how I was going to implement this. And really in the back of my brain, Dank, I thought, well, I'm never going to do this. I'm never going to
Right.
really
So
get
you were
to
just
it. But
having a
I'm
little
enjoying
fun.
creating the characters and having the stories up here,
Right.
But
No, I'm
realistically, I
tracking.
had no plan till crowdfunding came around. And then I said, ooh, this is doable. We need to get busy. And I think we've come a long way. We're right now. I've got Jay Kreger running doing a Midnight in the Roustabouts logo for me.
Nice.
Um, you know, it's coming along. I mean, you got to think about logos. So much more than just creating characters and writing a story. So much more has to go. One of the most daunting things I've ever done, but it's well worth it. And I can't wait to hold those. I Look, I'm number one fan.
Right.
You might be a charter member, but I am the original charter member. I want to hold that product in my hand. I want to read that book. When I read Devil Flyer, I go, "That's a damn good story." I'd forgotten how good I wrote that. That's a good story.
See,
And
I'm loving it.
I mean, I like to read my own stuff. It's like, wow, that's I can't believe I did that. It's just going to
Hey,
get better and better.
if
It's going
you
to
got to
ferment.
create, you got to create stuff. I mean, you got to create stuff that you're going to enjoy. You know.
Absolutely. If and chances are, if you enjoy another certain sect, and you just got to find that sect that enjoy has similar likes as you do. You know,
Right.
and if I do request, if you like a
Mm-hmm.
certain era or stories or whatever, I'll try and work it in. We can go anywhere in the Momentum
Right.
universe. I've got characters in the Old West. I've got characters in the 30s and 40s. I've got characters in present time. I've got characters in the future. And we're just getting
Mm-hmm.
started. I got a story planned for the 50s, in the late 50s in 1959, the death of Silver Boa. What a great way to introduce a character. What a great title. It grabs you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm introducing you to this character with his last story. Or is it? Buy my book and find out.
That's right.
It'll be an ongoing series, just like Devil
Oh,
Flyer. Momentum Unleashed Future Visions, where all the stories, and I would like to do another one where all the stories are told in the past at some point. And if the John Buscema book does banger, like I think it will, we'll be able to do things like that. I may
mm-hmm.
not be able to develop it and get it straight in my head fast enough,
Right.
but certainly I have the next few books in my mind that I want to do. And there's no time like the present. I've been working on developing very hard in the last few months the Midnight character, and I think I've got a good direction and handle on her, and it's going to be cool to be able to do something that I never thought that I would ever do. A Western character, really? That doesn't mean that it doesn't have super powered beings in it, like that 43 character, you know,
Right. Right.
story I just talked about, or I mean, I'll I'll tell some straight up Western stories, sure, but still, I like to make it fun for me. I like that, that pom pom gadget thing.
Yeah, that's a fun one too.
Yeah,
That's a good shtick, as it were.
yeah. I can't believe how much Batman is in there without me even really thinking of Batman.
Right. Well, I mean, the
It's
utilitist character predates Batman, anyways.
yeah, it does. Yeah,
It's just that Batman's just best known for it.
that's known for it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And that's mostly because in the Silver Age, it just got way out of hand. Like he had to bat everything.
hmm I
So.
want you to grow with these characters. That means they have to have a rich tapestry with their backstory,
Mm-hmm.
and we'll come along together and we'll develop it together. That's fun. That's fun when you can, like Tank says, watch the sausage be made. Not just the artwork, but the stories and everything. And we've already, I mean, in 3 years plus on this channel, covered a lot of ground and done a lot of work towards
Mm-hmm.
making this a reality. And we've already done one book with the Ash Can, and we're going to get this book out. And not only that, hardback, art of, sticker book. I mean, standee, tapestry, other goodies. It's that we're doing more than comics. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing I love about. crowdfunding. Added today to the campaign a Cy Marco coaster, and this isn't it. It's just an example. Glad I thought to put that in there. And see, that's been, and a binder with artwork and other goodies that I can tuck in. In fact, I meant to look in the inside here and see exactly. See, this has got pockets. I can, and look at this. I got a guitar pick in there.
Heck yeah.
It's a guitar pick that I didn't even know was stuffed in there. But it's got 2 pockets. This is the actual binder you'll get, except with artwork. I already got the binders made. I paid for. They're upstairs. Bought them years ago to just put my different collectibles in. And I'm like, no need. Not everybody's going to buy that big tier, but if you do, you'll get one of these binders with artwork. And Alternative's done that stuff already. Mm-hmm. I love that. That's brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
Is it feasible? Can I do it? Can I do it for that price point? You know, that's, to me, to a certain degree, it's not, you know. But yeah, I got to get this out of the way for sure. I don't want to tack on too much that's going to delay its release, because not everybody, some people just want the book, you know.
Yep.
Just one comic took you whatever time to do it, you know. No, I don't want all this other add-on stuff that, you know, a new 60-page book or whatever to delay the main book at all. No, that's not what I'm trying to do. And vie for more time. Not at all. I want to get this in my hands. And once I got viable overstock and print, I can put that up on eBay. I'm the only one going to have it unless you buy extra copies, you know.
Right.
I can sell the hell out of it on eBay or conventions or other places. Get that product made, and it's something tangible at that, something that people might go, woo, that's pretty cool. I like that cover. I want a copy. Then I got a money maker, because they don't have to wait like you do. You know, they didn't have to become a producer. They just had to buy it at that point. So,
right.
Yeah, I'm excited to, you know, get this out of the way so I can go on to really the big money maker, which is the John Buscema book. That's going to be a money maker, I think. That may even get me on some big channels, which is not my, you know. And if I do, I do. If I don't, I don't. I'm going to be happy regardless. That's not my end goal. My end goal is to make some good comics. And frankly,
just some quality entertainment.
Frankly, I'd like to sit down and appreciate mine, and I'm even getting Elsie's collection in the book, you know, of this artwork. Put in a very palatable form by Glenn Fleming. It'll be an awesome. It'll be an awesome overview of unpublished, never before published artwork of John Buscema. Never been published before. Probably the only time it will be published. And it'll go up on Amazon, and we'll get it. We'll get it. You know, barcode, ISBN, and all that to be shown at Barnes and Noble, just like the rest of Glenn's books and stuff. So don't be surprised when you go to your local comic book shop and you see Rex's comics or books or art books like that it for sale. It'll happen. It's going to happen with Devil Flyer. You know.
All right.
And that's happened with other crowdfunding books, because I've already bought like the Mighty Titan at my local comic book shop. I've already bought Florida Man, Mike Barron's book. I've already bought Warpath #1 at my local comic book.
Nice.
I've not seen the Cryptids.
Yeah.
And Nexus, I think. You know, so that,
unfortunately, like where I'm at, my local comic book store doesn't carry anything.
Yeah.
It is like, and I've talked to my local game store about it, and he's like, yeah, well, you know, we don't step on each other's business. It's a courtesy thing. And I'm like, yeah, but the guy has no business.
Yeah.
Like he's not selling anything. Like he's
I
just
thought
got
the
a bunch of
business of
back
being in
issues.
business is to to make money.
Yeah, and I was like, dude, you could get an Alterna spinner rack here, and
Mhm.
anything that doesn't sell, you don't order that again, and then you
Yeah.
just order up some other stuff. Like there are plenty of people out there that are not Marvel, they're not DC, that are producing fantastic stuff. And I was
And the
like, and I've
alternative stuff, like with King Cryptid and some of the other titles, is just getting better and better and better.
Yeah, no, and it's getting to the point where it's like, dude, I'm about to start selling comic books out the back of my car.
I did.
Because
I actually did that with one of the comic book stores here in town. It was Nomad Comics. Sadly, he said, I
Mhm.
can make more money doing this, and he went out of business. But I said, have you considered Alterna Comics? And he looked into it, and they got a spinner rack filled with nothing but Alterna Comics. And you know what? I bought everything on that rack
yeah, for real.
that they had to
And I was
offer,
like,
and I
yeah.
wasn't the only one. So I actually got, and in at least a couple of the issues in the back, Peter Samedi used to show their distributors. You'll see in a
Mhm.
couple of those Jonesboro, Arkansas, or in Arkansas. I don't know if it said Jonesboro, Nomad Comics. And I was
Yep.
the one that suggested that they start carrying Alterna, and they took me up on it. And I've suggested that to the other local places, but they haven't done it, but they really need to.
Yeah, yeah, and that's one of the things is that I got into kind of a little bit of a heated
And I
argument
went
with
over
the
to
local.
Universe Comics in Jackson, Tennessee, where Elsie lives.
Mhm.
That's been in business well over 30 years, which really breaks the norm of
Right.
one staying in business that long. Her husband started, and when he died, she took it over, which kind of did it with him
Nice.
anyway. And she's been doing it for over 30 years, um, which is not the norm for a comic book business. Most of them go out of business in 2 years, but she's there to stay till she dies, and or gets so decrepit she can't do it anymore. Um, but uh, I caught some Alterna books in the dollar bin, and they were just sent out by Peter to different
Mhm.
as try give me things, and I said nobody wants these. I'll pick these up for $1. Hell yeah, because I look at that as crowdfunded stuff, just as you know, any of them. You know, if I see a crowdfunded book, I don't even care if it's not my Florida Man. I didn't think was something that was my normal buy, but I said it's Mike Barron and it's in my local comic book shop, and it's I know Florida Man crowdfunded. I'm gonna get that. I think there was a Nexus one like that, maybe. I know, and War Party, no hesitation. I'm buying that. I wanted it anyway. And this is the probably pretty rare local newsstand, or I mean, comic, got a variant cover that you can only get in the, and Mighty Titan didn't hesitate. And that one was in the children's section.
Yeah.
And it's not really per se a children's book, but I recognized it and said, crowdfunded book, it's CG book, or maybe non-CG book. But I mean, I got it's mine. If I see a crowdfunded property like the Cryptidnals, I'm buying it.
Mhm.
You know, whether it's got an exclusive variant cover or not, but I'm buying it automatically if I can lay my hands on that, and it maybe even if I bought it on the crowdfunder already. If I saw Hammerella, I'd buy it. You name it, Cyberfrog, I'll buy it. You know,
Yeah.
local comic shop. It's a no. And I don't buy much at the local comic shop. Those are not planned buys. Those are like, oh, cool. They've got War Party. That's mine. I picked up some
Yeah.
marked in the dollar box.
Oh,
She
wow.
number 2, I think it was 3, 4, up to 11. I bought them
These
all.
people have no idea what they're doing, do they?
Well, they had them for like $11, $12, but marked down. Then they just like, yeah, we got to make space or whatever and put them in the dollar book. And I'm like, yeah, the stock on cheese just keeps going up eventually, especially in this type of shape. You know, wasn't all
Yeah.
bent up and everything. I was like, I'll buy these for $1. Hell yeah. They're worth that right now in my book. Uh, I've gotten some good deals at my local comic book shop. And a lot of people know what's going on in crowdfunding, so I kind of look for that crowdfunded stuff.
Yeah, me
Some of it
too.
I've just happily happenstanced upon. All right, well, we've hit the 4 hour
Hmm.
mark, and I guess we're going to call it quits. I've stopped
All
recording.
righty. Sounds good to me.
A last look,
I had fun.
finalized. Not going to touch it again. I do need to name him. I'll find a name for him. So that's what I
Yeah.
worked on and finished, which I didn't,
Yeah,
started that on
great.
Apex Comics After Dark. And Tank's been working on this piece.
Yeah, I think this is where I'm going to take a break at it on
Coming
this.
along good. That one character that's kind of all black there, not the chic looking guy, but
Hmm.
he kind of reminds me of Ninjak
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's Cobalt.
with the hair, so that after they redesigned him, or maybe it was Costata that drew him that way, in the later
Mm.
Valiant books. But he reminds me of the later,
Yeah,
Ninjak.
his hair is normally like back,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
this
He's
is
pairing
this is the
there.
tease
He's
that he's losing.
he's blocking the move. Yeah.
Right, that he's losing. Like his stance is beleaguered. It's worn
It,
out. His
his
arm is
arm's limp
dangling.
and it's bleeding. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like that one last kind of thing, and the guy's a little shocked at it. Like he's a little staggered back a little bit because of it. And then I'm gonna put him in the rain. That's why his hair's all down like that.
Tank,
But I
don't go
wanted to get these
anywhere.
figures
We'll
done
talk
first.
off
Sure.
screen after we end. We'll see you again on the 4 o'clock shadow, and we'll talk about what I added to the big bundle
Ooh.
some more in detail. Keep collecting, keep reading good comics, keep drawing. Like I said, Tank, don't go anywhere. I'll talk to you for a minute afterwards. And then
Mm-hmm,
I got
mm-hmm.
to get some rest at some point or do something.
I
Do
dig
something
it.
different. It's Sunday. Enjoy your Sunday. Enjoy your weekend. I'm going to. Bow for